Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome back everybody to a bit more of Final Fantasy V Solo Character Challenge Single Character. Last time where we left off, we actually just managed to more or less get to Xdev's castle in the second world, where I expect there to be the biggest wall, and we are just in front of the dragon room. However, I'm gonna go back, because I kind of figured out that I probably will want to get Float. Let me explain that real quick. Float allows me to, for one, walk over the lava here without getting harmed at all, so that's kinda nice, for one. But more importantly, Xdev will have one move called Earthquake that would... Oh, let's use dots on those. Xdev will have one move called Earthquake that will deal damage. I don't know how much damage it does. I expect it to be like 600, 700. It's a good chunk of damage for my not so great maximum HP. And it's, I think, a 2 in 3 chance on his 5th turn or something like that for him to use that. So if I can just completely nullify that by having the pre-existing status effect of Float, then that is most likely a quite significant benefit to me. I really didn't think about this beforehand, but Float is probably going to be quite handy here. So that's kind of what I'm getting at, or going for that matter. Yeah, I hope you guys are doing well. I have the bone mill, so instead of getting killed by Doom, I actually get fully healed. So that's convenient. And good morning to you, Zombies. Welcome. How are you doing? If I land the Jitterbug do it on those Dark Wizards, I will just attack them twice, normally, in order to kill them. If I land the Tempting Tango, they are actually very likely to kill themselves, because they just use all forms of instant death moves when they are confused. I don't feel like I'm fighting this party here. Mainly because this guy just likes to use fire too. I thought he actually had other spells too, but so far we've only really seen fire too. And at this point I might as well kill them. And welcome to you as well, Valkith. I hope you're doing well. And greetings to you as well, Zonvus. Timer? Oh, thank you. I keep forgetting that. I also keep adding minutes after every time because I keep forgetting about it. Kind of awkward. Well, this guy confused is actually significantly more dangerous than this guy not confused, so let's just hit him instead, I guess. Also, he doesn't seem to have that much maximum HP. It's raining since morning here. I see. I actually really like rain most of the time. Sometimes not so much fun when you have to do stuff outside, like when you're working outside or so, but overall I just kind of enjoy sitting inside while it's raining a lot, personally. That's just me. Nice sultans. But yeah, good catch indeed, I agree. So yeah, I really expect Xdev to be a pretty major hurdle to take. I still need 3 more levels. We just leveled up to level 53. I need level 56. So I'm gonna go back to the Drakenvale. Probably get like 2 more levels, because while the experience in here isn't terrible, it probably still takes a bit longer than I would want to bargain for. Well, I have no idea how those twin lizards work, and I have no idea why they change back and forth. Also, I guess in a sense, at some point I said that there's not a whole lot of enemies that change their battle sprite in middle battle. I guess this one is technically one of them, even though it's just a sprite flip. I guess there is more than I thought there were. And we're out of here. Also, let me check real quick how many elixirs I have, because I think I don't have a whole lot. I actually just thought of that, because... Let me double check real quick. Those rabbits, a rage, they are called a rage for whatever reason. Not a raja or a raga. They are called a rage. They drop... Oh, they drop phoenix stones as their rare drop. I thought they actually might drop some elixirs, but that was wrong. It was the other rabbits that actually drop elixirs. The yellow ones, but you don't find them in here. So I probably also want to go ahead and grab some rabbits for elixirs on top of that. Because I kinda need elixirs. 4 are not going to be enough. Actually 5, because there's one more in Exodus Castle that I can pick up. But I feel like 10 elixirs is going to be a better number to work with. To my knowledge, there is this nice spot over here where there is a pretty decent chance for those yellow bunny encounters. I don't know how strong they are, I don't know what the name is, but I know they drop elixirs as a rare drop, so 1 in 16 chance, not you guys. Maybe I need to go to a different place. I thought it was somewhere around here. Maybe I just got unlucky, that's entirely possible too. There we go, Cure Beast they're called. You think the stats for twin lizards are doubled once its sprite is inverted? Oh wow. Let me see Cure Beast real quick. How much HP do those have? Cure Beast has exactly 1000 HP, which means with a good roll I can actually kill them. Or alternatively I could go ahead and equip the Power Ring, which should give me more damage. Hey Newster, welcome to you. I hope you had a good day too. Thank you. Twin Lizard stats are doubled. Which stats though? It doesn't seem to increase its defense. Okay. No elixirs. Let's equip the Power Ring, so I should be able to one-shot those bunnies consistently. So, Twin Lizards, let's see. How strong are those land turtles? Fairly strong. They don't deal any damage, for that matter, but... So Twin Lizard first form, and then there's Twin Lizard second form. Oh, you're right, they actually have double the HP. I think the first and second form about the Twin Lizards is actually more about whether you encounter them earlier, like on Crescent Island, or whether you encounter them later, like in Exodus Castle here, rather than them changing their actual form. And yeah, we one-shot those guys rather reliably. I should check how much experience we get, because we might actually get good experience here on top of having a chance for elixirs, so that might be worthwhile to just grind for a while longer because of it. Although I am absolutely certain that after we are finally past the big bad Exodus, we really don't have to worry about much anymore. Plus I have so much more money, I can just buy a bunch of extra elixirs, and I don't think I will ever need all of them. Oh, Mystery Vaults. In this case, I'm just gonna see whether I get... No, I should just run away, really. I don't care about those land turtles. Hey Kaneki, welcome! Best version of Greece? I'm not sure, but Kaneki, I hope you're doing well. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and Hactical, thank you! Thank you so much, Hactical, for 31 months in a row support. Welcome back to you. Well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. That's really nice of you. There we go, Cure Beasts. So, I'm currently checking out which encounter has the most Cure Beasts. Land Turtle 3. Alrighty, if I were in an area with 3 Land Turtles, this is not a good area. No Bold Man is here either. So I think we're actually in the best area for Cure Beast. Yeah, it looks like it. It's still kind of the least common encounter for 4 Cure Beasts, but it's common enough that it's probably worthwhile to just run away in order to get this one. Hey, an elixir, nice. The second form of Twin Lizard has a specialty effect, 1.5 damage, according to Algorithm's stats document. I think it's actually 50% more damage in that case, unless I'm misinterpreting it. However, it's more of a, instead of an AI script like most enemies that choose between 1 or 3 attacks, it just kind of does the same thing over and over again. Like, you're right, it's always when it turns around it will do that critical attack instead of a regular attack. But at the same time, it just always does the exact same moves. It attacks first, then it turns around, then it does a critical attack, turns around again, it attacks. Rather than having a regular AI script. So the single Land Turtle is 90 out of 356, so slightly more than, let's say about 35% chance encounter rate. Then the Cure Beast plus 2 Land Turtles has the same encounter rate. And then these 4 Cure Beasts are both 60 out of 256 times and 16 out of 256. So a total of 76 out of 256 for those Cure Beasts here. Save the frogs, hooray! You're doing great, nice. Which server are you on, Kaneki? Because I now started as well. Actually, I think I have it still running in the background. Hang on. Up. I forgot to close that thing. I guess doesn't really hurt, does it? Yep, that's still running. I mean, might as well, I guess. NA15? I see. Where do I see the server? I guess in the top right. Thank you, Zotmus. By the way, do you guys have some beginner tips on what I should look for, what I should do, what I shouldn't do? Like, I know a lot about the original Ragnarok Online, but I don't think most of that knowledge transfers. You finished your no damage spells playthrough of Secret of Mana in 12 hours and 18 minutes. That's actually really fast for, I assume, not a whole lot of practice. Nice, Just Johnny, congratulations. I hope you enjoyed it. That was also my very first challenge run I did of Secret of Mana when I was a kid, because me and my friends, we were just like, it's kind of nice, I guess, that we can kill enemies with spell spam, but we've done that so much now. Let's try to not use offensive spells this time around. And it was actually really awesome. Ragnarok Online mobile, actually, it's just Johnny. Essentially, if you look at it, it looks like what Ragnarok Online 2 should have been. Let's put it that way. Like, it looks really great for a mobile game, and I generally shy away from mobile games. I don't like them. This one here, I dare to say the main reason why I like it so much is because it's Ragnarok Online. So I end up liking it a lot. Maybe we should make a guild. On the global Ragnarok Online server. Which server am I on? I am on EN1. At least that's what it reads on the top right. I even want to kill those guys? No, let's run. You're assuming Hexas could only be hit by ranged weapons? Actually, that's a bug, just Johnny. Sometimes Hexas is one of those notorious bosses that just bugs out, and you can no longer hit her with physical attacks outside of ranged ones. So switching to javelins and stuff like that was actually probably required. Sometimes you can fix it by using an offensive spell to hit her with it, in order to just kind of snap her back onto the normal playing field, so you can actually hit her with physical attacks. But yes, Hexas is one of the bosses that essentially just bugs out. Hey, Elix is actually gone really fast here, that's nice. Lich was a bit of a pain. I mean, it's one of the final bosses, he has to be a bit of a pain, at least that's how I like it. You can change the channel you're on in his loot. Yeah, in the top right it tells me EN1, but I don't know what that means. Is that what you're looking for? That's the C version? Oh, alrighty, so I probably want to restart on the global version. You said you figured out how to do that. Can you tell me? Hey, and welcome to you, Manzig. Good evening, good morning, I hope you're doing well. Some bosses you knew what to do because of your solo runs. Nice. Did you actually manage to defeat the dragons well, I wonder? Because the dragons are usually the biggest pain for a solo character, but I think in a team is actually not too bad. Dragons, you have to stand behind them. Let's see, alrighty. So, who mentioned that earlier? So, Ryok, how do I switch over to the global server? Do you have a guide for that or something like that? Because I assume that's probably better for me to go play there in the long run without attacking you. Dragons were annoying, you couldn't stop Breathwing or whatever attacks that hit all three. Yeah, Breathwing is actually position based. Essentially, Breathwing he uses when you are around the middle of his body section, but right more or less on top of him, I think. I don't actually know the exact specifics of it. But did I not kill this guy? Huh. But essentially he uses his tail attack if you are below his hitbox. He uses his Breathwing if you are higher up than that. So if you have a character that he's targeting just where his tail end is, like the pointy end of his tail, you can manipulate him to only do a tail swipe, which often doesn't even hit anybody. You grinded in Pure Lands at least, so the best armor from Nickel. Nice. That definitely makes a lot of sense, because grinding in Pure Lands is a lot of money, and having just that equipment from Nickel, I dare to say, is pretty much mandatory. Nice, another elixir. It's pretty much mandatory in order to get through the Pure Lands and also further afterwards. Although once you're through the Pure Lands, you will usually have enough money to buy equipment for everybody. Metal Bear, hey, thank you for the host, I appreciate that. And welcome to you, I hope you're doing well as well. It will stay still, just casting spells on the girl, only targeting her as I could hit. Yeah, I don't know exactly how they work, but I think they only move if you are to the side of the dragons. If you are right below them, where they don't know whether to go to left, right, up or down, they will just stay. Which can be tough, because often you might get hit by Breathwing and get knocked to the side, and then it just dashes off. But if you can just stay below him, it actually ends up working pretty well. You have to use the emulator browser and Google for Ragnarok and Eternal of Global APK. It was the 6th link for you that worked. Had to check which link that it was. Oh, I appreciate that, Ryok. The 6th link that worked, you say? I'm not sure what you mean with 6th link that worked. Like, do I need to search for Ragnarok Online there? I don't know what the APK is. Also, I actually didn't even realize there was any gacha stuff, so I guess you guys will be able to tell me a little bit at least to possibly explain to me where I need to go for what. APK is the manually downloaded game file. Alright, and you tried to link to that? Ragnarok Eternal Love Global APK. I will copy that and see whether I find that. What is the link you posted, Ryok, then? As in, I'm not sure what I'm looking at. So, raw APK, I guess. The C version doesn't have gacha stuff as its part, but Globus has the server launch event going, about 3 to 5 free gear gachas. I see, so I probably will want to go for that. Also, while I was playing, I actually saw a stalker sitting around in town. I was thinking, oh yeah, when I dabbled a little bit on private servers, I absolutely loved playing stalker, just because they are so ridiculous in PvP. And also actually other stuff were a lot of fun to play with as stalkers, since you could do so many silly things. Didn't post the whole link. Ah, this is where you got it from, I see. Thank you. And download APK at there. Alrighty. That is pretty much what I need, I take it. I'm gonna download that. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ryok. So this is the APK, and do I just kind of load that somehow into the Mumu app player? I guess? I'm actually really looking forward to playing that game with you guys a bit. There is a plus APK button on the lower right to install them from outside of the emulator. Nice, alrighty, so I will be wanting to use that. Okay, thank you very much, Ryok. Thank you very much, Kid. That is really, really nice of you guys to, well, lead me through that, because I've just kind of been running around doing random stuff. I have to admit I didn't read a single line of the quest dialogues, I just keep clicking to where I need to go next. But honestly, let me tell you one thing. This kind of reminds me a lot on how essentially it feels like you're allowed to use bots in mobile just because your character starts running around just attacking random stuff. Well, not random, but stuff you define, because that's just kind of how it seems to work, and that's the intended way. So it's actually kind of a weird, intriguing concept to me, since I actually always found the idea of you're allowed to use bots and then you just manage the bots to be an intriguing idea, which is also kind of the reason why I'm also intrigued as to how Adam13531, by the way, who is currently developing a game on Twitch live, if you would like to watch once in a while. It's kind of why I was so interested in his project. NA15, alright. Kirby's look like romps. They do actually, I agree. So does it matter? Oh nice, another elixir. Those are coming in way faster than I expect them to. This is really nice here. I guess it's because it's 4 chances for an elixir, 1 in 16 chance to drop, so every 4th battle with those things we probably get an elixir. An A15? Alrighty, I'll do that. The character you make will be assigned to a random server, just go to Isloot for a free server change when you get the time. Sounds good to me. Sounds good, Johnny. Alrighty. Global version NA15 it is. What you found out a few days ago on the C server, depending which channel you're on, the mini-boss MVPs in the Endless Tower change. Oh, Endless Tower is already in there? Interesting. By the way, what kind of characters do you guys play, I may ask? Like, I'm trying really hard not to get sucked in and just make multiple accounts again, because that's just kind of how you normally play in the original Ragnarok, and it's kinda tempting. But yeah. You mean Alchemist, alright? Assassin, currently Dagger, but you'll get to Katana when you get some gear. I just remember that Dagger was significantly more expensive in the original Ragnarok Online, but your damage output ended up also being way stronger than Katar's. Katar's was basically the cheap solution. But also fun, because critical hits are fun. I don't know how this is going to be in this one. It's a prize for even you. Alrighty. Because I was currently contemplating, maybe I should just make a Stalker instead, because I really like Stalkers. How useful is it if I, let's say, make a Battle Priest? Would I be able to automatically heal you guys in various areas, or do I need to actually actively play for that? Because there's 2 things I really like in that game. Actually 3. 1 is Battle Priest, 2 is Stalkers, and 3 is Wizards. Wizard mainly because that's just kind of the character I've been running around in Ragnarok Online for the longest time with. Like, I started out as a mage. I still remember that in the original Ragnarok Online, you didn't have training grounds, so you were just kind of randomly plopped into one of the cities, and then you were just starting from there. I was plopped into Morok, the desert city, which was kind of almost the furthest away you could get from Geffen, and I knew I wanted to be a mage. So I just started randomly kicking and killing stuff, and I just wandered through the land, eventually arriving in Prontera, the main city, and I was just trying with a very broken English, ask around, hey, how do I become a mage? And someone told me to go to Geffen. It's somewhere over there, to the west. And so I started my trek over there and eventually arrived. There's no aggressive monsters along the way, mind you, but of course I had to try. Oh, Hornet. I wonder how Danger boomed that. And yes, on one hand I wouldn't have had enough money to teleport with the Kafra service, but on the other hand I did not know that existed either. Battle Priest even has two builds, melee and caster. Well, the thing is, I kind of assume the caster is more of a potential healer too. There's that. Battle Priest is actually officially viable. Ah, that's actually mildly disappointing. Only mildly though. Because it was just kind of such an oddity. You pretty much had like a handful of battle priests on a server and you would know each other, and it was kind of fun that way because you could level in places where it wasn't exactly efficient for other characters, but battle priests would just thrive with their ridiculous sustainability and such. Oh, anyway, we have the elixirs. So yeah, there's that. You reckon on 2 screens? It's 2 screens. Actually, it's 1 screen from Prontera. It's like... I was really surprised and also mildly disappointed that a lot of the little maps, they don't quite have the same shape anymore. I don't quite see the same features and stuff that I found in the original. So... I would have liked there to be slightly different stuff, but it makes sense. It's a more modern game now. Curiosity kills the cat. Yeah, especially if you just think, let's see how strong this enemy is. And I mean, the most efficient way to figure out how strong enemies is by just attacking them. If they kill you in 2 hits, then you know, oh, they're too strong. If they kill you in 5 hits, you may think, maybe eventually in a little bit I can take them on. Hey Lethlin, thank you for the good luck. I can definitely use that. And welcome to you. Hope you're doing well. It's a bit more easier to level priest being melee battle at first, until level 50 to 60. Makes sense. Also, a quick question. I saw there are rods, and I actually equipped a rod for a short while as an acolyte. And it looked, or it sounded like I was doing some magical form of damage rather than physical. If I attack with a rod, does it actually take my intelligence and magic attack into account rather than physical attack? Yuno's music? I think to me some of the most iconic music I still remember is obviously Prontera, Morok, because I've spent so much time there, but also a large portion to me is Komodo Dungeon. That music is actually really, really awesome. And on top of that, other music I really like is... Don't kill yourself, buddy. Other music I really like was in... No, don't do that. I need this guy to cast Float on me, which is the main reason why I went back out of Xdeath's castle. So I will have Float for Xdeath himself. Mages are the only class that uses magic auto attack. Alrighty, I see. Your melee attack is acolyte of rod, still uses physical damage. I see, fair enough. You're doing pretty well. Glad to hear that, Lethlin. Nice, I hope your D&D session went well. That sounds really neat. And I hope you enjoy your relaxation. So, this is why I need to give this guy an ether, because he doesn't have an MP to cast float on me. And I need him to cast float. Please? No, not beak. Beak instantly kills him, it's a petrification. Don't attack, don't beak, just float, please. Not venom. No. But yeah, back to... Oh, what is it called? You know where the little weird tree enemies were? That have really long range and have kind of yo-yos inside them? It wasn't Kunlun. Ayatoya? Something like that? I forgot the name, but that's kind of my favorite town theme. I will die before I give you float. Yeah, that's the unfortunate part about it. I only have 4 more ethers to try. My favorite themes are Pain and Morok. I've spent forever sitting in the city. Yeah, it's the same for me, like... They're not necessarily my favorite themes or music of the game, but they're just so much nostalgia in there. Yeah, I think Peach Trees they were called or so. Umbala? And yes, Kaneki. I love how you phrase that. Some of the newer Asian-themed towns. Because that's exactly how I remember it. It's some of the newer Asian-themed towns. But at this point... That's really old. Uh-oh. Well, that sounds like an interesting situation, Lethlin. Good luck of getting out of that. Lu Yang? Right, Lu Yang is a thing. Lu Yang was with the little sand pile enemies in front of it that were not aggressive, and thus were home to a lot of mages with level 10 Firebolt to one-shot them. Which was significantly less effective than just learning how to use Fireball and going all the way down in glass time. But it was an easy way for people that were not so adept with mages to level. Oh, Gonryun, right. There was never really much of a reason for me to go beyond the first dungeon level in that thing. So a Gonryun town theme is actually one of my favorite ones. You farm 270 on Migaos on your hunter? Wow. That's pretty extreme. I would have gotten bored by then. So I need Tempting Tango, and then I need this guy to not kill himself. And give me float, please! No! I need to go on sites and save real quick, because I'm gonna end up losing all my ethers at this rate. Yes, Amatsu was that. Amatsu was actually a pretty good leveling ground for some of my characters that were just hunting down kappas. The only downside of the Amatsu dungeon was that the first level was a maze where I couldn't fly wing in. So it was kind of awkward to hunt down enemies, even though the enemies were really efficient when you were a battle priest or actually any form of acolyte to just take the down the undead enemies. Since you couldn't really flee from the ninjas though, that would probably kill you. The bird would rather die than give you float. Yep, that's kind of how it looks right now. You're out of quest till level 50. Aw, that's unfortunate, Ryok. What does battle time actually mean, by the way? Like, what is battle time, and what are those weird chains for? Dragonfang. Talon Draw? I've actually played a little bit of Talon Draw, but usually it's just kind of like I play a week quite a bit, but then I just fade away from it again. I see, Renewal isn't bad, honestly. Like, it's more adapted to a modern audience. Oh, thank you, finally, I got float. It's more for a modern audience, so it's not bad at all. But it's just a lot of nostalgia that keeps me wanting to go back to the original, rather than anything else. It's not because it's the greatest game design, it's not because it's the most amazing, it's just a lot of time spent, a lot of memories attached to it overall. Hey Soulshade, welcome! I'm doing quite well, thank you. We just managed to get our character floating, so this is what I want to have in order to face X-Death in the castle, since he has one turn where he uses Earthquake, which is completely avoided by having float. He does have an ability to remove float from me just 2 turns before that, but he doesn't actually use that ability. Or more specifically, he can't use that ability on me because I have a wall ring in the encounter which should reflect it instead. Alright, let's see. Battle time is where you still get 100% experience and drop chance. Once you exceed the limit, your experience and drop chance reduces by 90%. Wow! How do you get more battle time, if I may ask? I did not realize that. That's interesting. When you exceed the limit time, it goes by down by 10% each hour, down to 1%. Sort of limp, but with a single alt, you would be hard pressed to use up 300 minutes on both characters. Oh, I see. Interesting. Each day you accumulate 300 minutes up to a maximum of 900. Okay, that's actually pretty reasonable, honestly. Like, my initial thought was, oh god, is that basically their way of selling you additional battle time? But, as you said, 300 minutes per day is actually quite a lot. Plus, it seems to be separate per character. That makes sense. I assume that's just to prevent people from letting the game run day and night and get benefits from it. Or at least too many anyways. You still get a little bit, but it's just unlikely. Rest of the experience, I guess, is kind of the best way to put it. It goes on faster than expected after 3 hours. Down to 1 experience. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. That's good to know. Thank you. Are there other basic mechanics or features that I probably should know about? Like, I have essentially absolutely no clue about that game, but I'm really interested, so if there's some things you can teach me, I would be more than happy to listen. I should probably equip the Elven Cape again so I can dodge stuff. So the Twin Lizard will now turn around in his next move. And then his next move is going to be a critical hit. Because he always has the exact same AI script. Critical hit deals 1.5 times damage, and then he turns around again for a regular attack. You're able to give answers, you will gladly give what you have gleaned so far. I appreciate that. There's also these items called Lightning Twin. Can 1 hour of double drops, but you use your battle time twice as fast. It pauses if there's still time left on it after I run out of battle time. Oh, I see. I actually got some of those chains, and I didn't know exactly what that means, so I just used one to see what happens, and I couldn't really notice much of a difference. 7 per week, unlimited if you're a premium user. Also listen to the music south of Frontera. Gives 60 minutes to battle time each day. Oh, that's good to know. Thank you, Zonwas. That's why there's so many people over there. So, as you can see, I can walk through lava without getting hurt. That is thanks to my character being floating. The only alternative to not getting hurt by lava or ground that just hurts you is having a Geomancer in your team, or specifically the Geomancer passive. If an item drops while the chain is active, you get 2 of it, including cards. I see. What is the drop chance of a card? Oh my goodness. Ha! I got away! Whew! I forgot there were dragons in this room already, and those are spooky. Back to the Elf Cape. Cards won't double? Oh, I see. Alright. Less than 0.1% apparently. I mean, that's kind of how it was in the original, plus you have auto battle in this one now, so it only makes sense really. I'm okay with that. So, different question. How would I make it if I wanted to run 2... Can I kill this thing? Let's see whether I can kill this guy. How would I do that if I wanted to run 2 emulators? Or more specifically 2 accounts at the same time. So you're saying there's a chance? Yeah, I mean the original Ragnarok Online, you had a 0.01% chance for a card drop. Or if it was off by 1, it was 0.02% chance, but that was kind of up for debate. No one actually had any proper statistics on that. Thunder always costs me 25% of my maximum health and damage, so 4 thunders would kill me. I thought this guy would die a bit quicker, so let's see. 2600 experience, not really worth it. Are you serious? I get a coral ring? It's the rare drop. I just wanted to see how long it would take me to take care of 1 yellow dragon. And I get a coral ring. It's not even that useful. Coral ring absorbs water elemental damage. There's only 2 abilities in the entire game that deal water elemental damage. And those are Ninja Scrolls Water and the other one is Tidal Wave from Leviathan. Or just generally Tidal Wave. I'm immune to Break because Ribbon. Break would be a petrification move, like that. Which instantly kills enemies if it hits. Noxwood works. Can't you use 2 Mumu emulators? Like, is that not a thing that is possible? Too bad you can't confuse that guy. Hey Ghost Eye, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Greetings to you. You can use it against Shinryu. Yes, but If I use the coil ring against Shinryu, I'm gonna be dead rather soon. Please let me run. At least I'm gonna survive one more thunder. Stop using thunder, please! I don't have that much health. Oh my goodness, this is spooky. This is why the dragon floor is so dangerous, really. Solo Dancer vs Shinryu would be difficult. I'm not even sure that's reasonably doable, honestly. It was doable with Dragoon because of how jump works and you always deal max damage thanks to the Dragon Spear. What is that? Uh-oh, this is not good. I know those guys are not heavy, so it can work with Flirt. Probably? I guess not. Not sure how to run 2 Mumus either. 5 Alchemists. Let's see. And Ghost Eye. Essentially, I figured out, because I thought yesterday was the 27th, so I needed to hurry about it, but it was actually only the 24th, so I'm going to do that on Monday, so I have a bit more time to prepare. I need to fill out some forms, which I didn't do yesterday, so I would have to scramble today morning, plus I need actually some physical money rather than just a credit card, so we need to organize that too, in order to pay the fees for it. I'm actually okay with taking care of this guy. So essentially, I figured it out for the most part, but I'm gonna do this Monday. I want to keep track of the conversation. The chest on the right contains either double lens or money. Either way, I'm not interested in getting either. I just want to get out of there and finally get my save point, because... oh boy, I really kind of wanted to get up here. So, the last 2 levels I'm gonna farm in this room here until I have 56. We'll just kind of walk in circles pretty much here. There's mod heroes in Untel now. That's weird. They used to be in Sphinx. Oh, I think those guys cast life too when I kill them, but I'm not sure they will revive the golem. I'm pretty sure they will though, if I kill them straight up. So a mystery waltz on them is actually desirable, so I don't have to kill the golem a second time and the third time. Or them just being confused might work too. The 15 heart skin, 1 alcohol, and 10 network to make 1 plant bottle, 10 plant bottles as an alchemist. What do plant bottles do as an alchemist? They were mostly useless, outside of very interesting uses, I guess. No, don't do that! In Ragnarok Online, the original. So some stone enemies soft to become too soft to love. Others are just outright Reaper effect. Actually, it's always basically too soft to live, Profness. It really just depends on which version of the game you're playing in order to determine which tagline you get. Or which description you get. I'll plant skill as a creator. Interesting. Yeah, evasion, alrighty. Fighting this encounter, not worth it. They can't even give me elixirs as I figured out. And I'm gonna close my mobile thing, or Ragnarok Online mobile thing in the background, because I don't want to have any more frame drops. I'm not sure this might have been the cause for frame drops or not, but it feels like it might have been. Because since I'm going to switch over to the global server, that's probably the better way to go about it anyways. Oh my goodness, stop! At least I know this guy has no MP left. Unfortunately, unlike Final Fantasy IV, this does not give me more experience for killing multiple of the little guys. Yeah, I'm just gonna run from this encounter. It's 3,500 experience, which is pretty good, but takes way too long. Normal enchant poison does? That's strange. Hey, did you know that those guys casting spells will usually kill themselves with... Hey, they can actually use something that isn't just fire too. Interesting. Doom. I'm just gonna wait until he casts a second spell. He's most likely going to kill himself with that. Yep. And we get an ether. Just in case we wanted to get float again. So in here we have a partisan, and the other chest contains a giant shuriken wheel thing. Partisan is a bit of money if I sell it. And since I'm just running around waiting for enemies anyways, I figured I might as well pick it up. The shuriken wheel on the other hand is not actually worth any real money at all. Pinwheel, right, it's called pinwheel in certain translation. It's called Huma Shuriken in others. Speaking of Huma Shurikens, are there actually Ninja, Soul Linker, Super Novice classes in that game already? Taekwondo. Gunslingers? Not at the moment. Alright. Either way, I'm pretty set that one character is going to be a thief that turns into a stalker, the other character is going to be a battle priest, so that's currently my plan. Those dark wizards have 2000 HP, so they have just a little bit too much HP for me to kill them with one regular attack. The official Chinese server do have a next patch. Interesting. I'm immune against charm, thanks to the bone mail. Slow? Oh no! Slow is such an extreme status effect in this game. It's crazy. I'm just gonna do physical attacks against the wall mage, because he's the only one that is actually dangerous in this battle. The dark wizards basically don't do anything. Rump. Bregan, thank you. Hey Bregan, I hope you're doing well. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and thank you so much for 27 ROMs in a row support. And well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much, Bregan. That's really nice of you. For some reason I knew this was the next encounter. Actually, there's no way for me to know, it just kind of I had the feeling. Which is pure coincidence. Just in case you were curious. I have actually no clue what third classes even are, really. Oh my goodness. Okay, they are not dangerous, but annoying. I wonder whether a wall ring would be better to fight enemies around here. Because that way they could charm themselves and eventually kill themselves with that. I really hope for a tempting tango there. He loves it here. Nice, I'm glad to hear that. Well, this could take a while. I mean, they're more likely to kill themselves with Drain rather than me killing them eventually. But yeah, I'm gonna use the wall ring here. Bone armor does reverse the Drain, but the target is the thing, Profness. If you target an enemy that is undead, the Drain does get reversed, such as I get healed here. In this case, because they drain me and I'm undead. Also, if I get doomed as an undead, I'm just gonna leave. So yeah, I'm gonna use the wall ring here. I think that makes more sense. The only downside is if I get into the double Adama Golem encounter. But that one seems to be rare anyway. Speaking of rare, that was the rare drop of them. 1 in 16 chance for a power staff, which we have 2 now. The very first Dark Wizard actually got one already. Power staff, if you use it and attack enemies in battle, it will cast Berserk on them. Or an ally for that matter. Actually kind of interesting. So I would like those Dark Wizards to cast Doom or Break on me, because that will reflect back to them. Or Stop. I'm okay with that too. Charm could work too. Oh no, don't do that! I still get slowed! I still got slowed because that guy can use slow too on his own team. Oh my goodness. That's just mean. I've not played any third classes. Essentially, I barely have any experience with second rebirth drop classes, so I have even less experience with third ones. Well, that's awkward. I don't know whether X Zone can hit me actually. Ragnarok? Yes. Ragnarok Online Mobile is actually a thing I'm currently very much interested in, so it looks like a bunch of us are going to merge onto the NA15 on the global server. Is this 2002? I mean, naturally the original Ragnarok Online comes up too in that talk. But I like that game. Like, I don't like mobile games usually, but this one is just really intriguing. It feels like they kind of struck a nice balance between... They can sustain themselves probably with their microtransactions, but it's nothing intrusive at all so far. And it's actually kind of neat. You didn't give much thought? Yeah, neither would have I if people didn't just kind of tell me, hey, try it out, it's actually kind of neat. Now I'm actually more interested in it. Won't work on your phone? Yeah, it doesn't work on my phone either. I currently have to play it via an emulator. New players played GX just after they released. Only useful thing they thought was Poison though. Oh, Assassin GX, I see. I don't know what that means. There is a pay-to-win aspect, but only comes into play after several years. Yeah, I can imagine. Like, the pay-to-win aspect in the original nowadays, or, well, if you want to call it original, I guess, is actually pretty extreme, unfortunately, at this point. Would be nice if you could stop the wall mage, because... No, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that! Okay, it missed, so that's nice. I really should just do physical attacks on this guy over there, because he is going to deal the most damage to me if I confuse him. Pokemon 5? Not quite. Oh, I see, Kaneki. So that will stack up over time, I guess. That's unfortunate. But as you said, that will not come to play until way later. So does Doom on that enemy work here in general, or only because that was the last enemy on the field and battle end triggers before re-raise? No, battle end does not trigger before re-raise. The Dark Wizards are actually not undead. Doom does work on undeads, but the effect is that instead of instantly dying, they get fully healed. Which is actually the effect of they die, but then they are just right back there if they are undead. Thank you, Tag. I don't think this is a Pokemon game, but I appreciate the thought. Hey! Hey, welcome, Katiana. Hope you're doing well. How much more do I need for another level up? Again, level 56 is the current goal. That way I feel like I have the best shot at defeating X-Death with our current little dancer here. So it's not any different than the original Kaneki. Sleep time? Rest well, Profness. Thank you for dropping by and have a good night. Nope. This battle takes too long. It actually is a really good experience, but because of once you kill those little red rabbits, they will cast life to you and raise one of their allies. It just takes forever. Charm? You charm him. Look, it doesn't even matter whether they cast Doom on themselves or whether they cast Doom on me, because it will bounce back to them anyways. Kinda curious to think about. Well, I mean, that's true, Kaneki. If you have a clever setup, a lot of different classes with very specific builds could kill usually a specific set of MVPs anyways. Like what I did for a while, when they increased the power of the MVPs dramatically, is I ended up using a second account. I specifically leveled up a monk, purely with vitality, nothing else, and had learn Steel Body. And that's kind of how I killed Drake. I used Steel Body, tanked Drake for quite a while, and just spammed Water Ball at it, since Water Ball is kind of a broken move even for a regular wizard. MVPs used to pierce steel body. It really depends on which MVP. Drake didn't pierce steel body, but he did so much damage with his... I think it was like level 15 water ball. And because of how water ball scale, that is just ridiculously insane. Anything beyond level 5 is just ludicrous. Which, by the way, reminds me, Stalkers used to be able to learn... As in, Stalkers generally can learn skills from other characters, and they used to be able to learn a higher level than normally possible from enemies that use them. Like the normal maximum level of Water Ball is level 5, but Stalkers could learn up to level 10 from getting hit by it from a Drake, which had a ridiculously long cast time. But the damage output was ridiculous. Especially if you could cancel casts a little bit and animation in order to cast multiples at the same time. I mean, you were limited by the plagiarism skill, yes, but up to level 10, whereas the normal limit of Water Ball, but also for certain traps, was actually level 5. So traps at level 10 and also Water Ball at level 10 actually were sometimes quite interestingly strong. Oh, I really don't want to dance on that guy, do I? Yes, Water Ball is level 5 maximum. The way Water Ball works is it's squared, which means level 1 Water Ball is 1 Water Ball, really weak. Because both the power and the amount of Water Balls you use scales. So level 1, 1 Water Ball with power of 1. Then level 2 is 4 Water Balls, 2 times 2. Level 3 is 9. Then you have 16, then you have 25. So level 10 Water Ball was 100 Water Balls with a ridiculously high magic attack modifier. And certain traps, I think Claymore Trap you could learn as well from MVPs. Which was less useful, but it still had some use, especially since those were instant cast. But I think at some point they changed how the traps were procced by enemies, so it was suddenly less useful. Could you use Flirt to confuse Dark Wizards instead of Gambler with Dance? Unfortunately no, Flirt in this game is not a confusion. Flirt essentially negates the next move they can do with a 50% chance. And yes, Drake is insanely powerful, because his Water Ball would hit through Steel Body, and I would just have to spam white potions in order to survive. And not players? Oh, not players anymore? That's unfortunate. Because that's kind of how you could do or make really interesting Stalker builds by specifically aiming to copy one spell and then combine that spell with other aspects and abilities from other classes. So plagiarism was one of the most interesting abilities because it could get really broken results in a variety of ways. Actually, I think you could also get a level 10 Heaven's Drive. Your Amist evolved to be bigger? Nice. Did Drake spam Water Ball like mad on the classic servers too, or was it something real added? Let's put it this way. Originally, enemies didn't have skills. That's when I started playing. So, not always, but for the most part, yes, Drake spammed Water Ball. So for anybody who has no clue what we are talking about, imagine you have your character, and that character normally invests an ability to cast a skill. As in just kind of, it takes a second to cast an ability or a skill. Stop charming him, that's bad for me. Your character invests a second in order to cast a skill, so you're kind of limited. Stop. So you're very limited in how how well you can do against enemies. But Water Ball is a really strange ability in that there's actually the concept of cast delay in Ragnarok Online, where you cast a spell for 1 second, then it executes, let's put it that way, but you can walk around during it. And then after a certain amount of time, you can usually cast the spell again. So depending on the spell, you have more or less cast delay. And certain abilities and spells did not actually have any cast delay at all, so you would be, in theory, able to instantly, immediately use an ability right after again, and just spam it insanely fast. The only reason why you couldn't do that is because of the animation your character was doing. So there's the concept of clever ways of cancelling that animation. In certain instances, just kind of taking one step after the animation, and then just immediately using the ability again would allow you to speed up the timing, as in how quick you could use those abilities, by an insane amount. Alrighty, rest well, Lethlin. Have a good night then. Thank you for dropping by. Take care. So, for example, if you had an archer, a hunter, or a bard, for that matter, or a dancer, with double strafe, which is essentially with your bow you shoot 2 arrows at the same time. The only thing stopping you from instantly using double strafe a second time is your animation. So there was a very specific rhythm because of server latency to it, where you would click on the enemy with your ability, these double strafe executes, you click next to your character, just a little bit away, actually more than 2 tiles, otherwise your character would move, and then immediately go back to click onto the enemy to execute double strafe immediately a second time. And that's kind of how you could chain abilities. Now, as I said, some abilities or spells usually have an aftercast delay, which was up to like 3 seconds, I guess, depending on ability. But Water Ball did not have such an aftercast delay at all. The problem is, however, that you could not actually use Water Ball until the animation fully finishes, because for each one of the 25 balls of Water Ball you would cast, you would get basically your character do a little shoot or hand motion to indicate that you are actually attacking or using that against a specific enemy. And because of your character constantly doing that motion and getting interrupted by its own animation, since the water balls were arriving so quickly, you could not normally do that sidestep thing to cast another water ball. There were 2 main ways to cast a water ball immediately a second time. One is by essentially chaining the spell cast, so the game would actually initiate the second water ball spell cast before the previous one actually fully started its animation, meaning you can essentially just double cast it. Another way of casting water ball a second time is by getting hit by an enemy, and that getting hit animation allows you to chain in a spell before the water ball animation resumes. The water balls, by the way, they just keep flying, they don't stop, despite your animation stopping. So essentially there was a very large amount of very subtle techniques you could use in Ragnarok Online to gain certain advantages, and the better you were at it, the more interesting, in my opinion, the game got. Yes, actually the one major downside of Water Ball is that you have to stand in water in order to use it. And actually it's a equation of how many tiles of water are around you. You need 25 water tiles around you. within a certain limited range in order to get the full range of water balls. If you only stand partially in water, you only get a few water balls. Which is kind of interesting in itself too. So the Sage has an ability called Deluge, which allows you to create a field of water around, under, or well, in a certain vicinity, and you could use that to cast Water Ball. But the Deluge field gets used up in order to cast a Water Ball, which makes it rather inefficient, since Deluge is a cast time by a separate character, the Sage, and also costs some reagents if I'm not mistaken. So it has very limited use in that respect. Alrighty, I've been talking about this kind of little concept since a long time now. Just kind of... I like thinking about those things. A lot, actually. I hope it wasn't too boring. First, he stops his body, and then he just uses Break on him in order to kill him. That's pretty brutal of that Dark Wizard guy. I mean, he's confused, sure. Ow. He just instantly kills his body and then commits suicide. Oh, that's kinda dark. I guess they're called Dark Wizards after all. But that's really dark. And greetings to you, Rabbidan. How far are we from doing X-Def? Just about half a level more until I'm level 56, and that's kind of when we're going to start attempting it. I also went back outside in order to actually farm... not farm. I went back outside in order to get float on my character before I went back inside. Since I figured that would actually be quite useful, is to avoid his earthquake attacks. At least one of the abilities is going to just deal 0 damage, and I need every single possibility that I can skew in my favor that I can in order to win this battle. And while I was outside there, I also realized I probably will want to pick up some elixirs, so we also defeated a bunch of cure beasts, which have a 1 in 16 chance to drop elixirs, and we have... I found up to 10 out there now. Picked up one more in the castle, we have 11 now to use. Good luck to you, Kaneki. Fun fact, I actually, at some point in engineering school, we were supposed to... that was English. Just for reference, my native language is not English, so English was actually a foreign language that I was taught in engineering school as well. And I was supposed to make a presentation about something random. Essentially, that was just for the teacher to gauge how good we are at talking and just kind of presenting stuff in English as one of the first exercises that we were presented to. So, and since we could literally choose anything, I was mulling about how and what to do or what to present for a long time. And then one of the friends I went to engineering school with just told me, hey, why don't you just present something that you really like a video game. And so I made a little presentation about Ragnarok Online and my favorite aspects of it, which is building characters through calculation of figuring out what to do in order to maximize certain things and using the character stat calculator and stuff like that. A whole lot of math, essentially. And that went over pretty well. My character is level 30 at this point, with not playing too long. I don't have a mentor at all, because I just don't bother figuring out how that works in the game. So I'm just going to be slowly doubling along. That calculation is really complex and higher level. Yeah, essentially I just loved taking a single item, like a weapon, or a single skill, and trying to make builds out of them, like entire character concepts. And that was one of my favorite things, and still kind of is one of my favorite things to do in that game. Yeah, let's see, how much more do we need? 43,000, so that is about 15 more battles until we finally will face X-Death. Still takes a while, I guess. It would be faster if I were still outside, fighting against the Drakenbell dragons. But this is a little bit more interesting, I guess. Also closer to where we can finally get started on Let's Get for X-Death. You're hungry and not sure if you should eat some candy or real food. Are you hungry or just craving for something to eat? And yes, Kaneki, that is true. Ragnarok Online Mobile is surprisingly appealing to me as well. Again, I don't usually like mobile games. But it's just kind of the thing where I feel like if this was just a regular PC game with a PC interface, just kind of everything like that but for PC interface, that would be even better. No, don't confuse that guy. That's really not good, because if he hits himself, he's going to throw some Bolt 3 and Ice 3 at me. This is really not pretty. You can stop him, that's okay, not that guy. It's actually not that new one, Kaneki, but you might not necessarily know which one it is. You think you're hungry. Alright. Let's see. My suggestion is, Ryok, you go ahead and grab one of the... if you can anyways. You grab one of those snack bars that are, however, relatively healthy for you. Because that's how I like to gauge whether... did I actually want some food, or did I want to just snack on something? And when I felt like I just want some actual food, I usually would get the food instead of the snack bar. But that's just me. I work kind of weirdly. Labor machine? Interesting. Kit Kats? I mean, Kit Kats is more candy rather than anything else. But that, again, that's just me, I guess. Instant ramen? I don't like ramen that much, actually. Curious enough, ramen from outside Japan, I think it's probably tastier to me, because that is more adjusted to Western tongues, I guess you could say. X-Zone never seems to work. I wonder whether that actually can possibly work. Western package run pales in comparison to restaurant ones. I have to admit I don't really have much experience in ramen at all in the first place. It seems like it's cute instant food, but I might as well go for other stuff if I get instant food, but that's just me. Cooking egg hug anyway. Interesting. Ramen is overrated? I don't know whether it's overrated. I just never had it really. And I have absolutely no clue what... Actually, in a lot of cases, personally, I prefer the, let's say quote-unquote fake food type, whatever you want to call it, over the original, just because that tastes better to me. Because it's usually adjusted to the local market a little bit at least. That works. Probably my favorite encounter actually. 2800 experience for not a whole lot of things I need to do. Although I'm actually kind of missing the 2 Adama Golem encounters. I thought they were up here as well, but I guess not. Also, I would suggest that I'm gonna go save real quick and then we take on Gilgamesh. Just kind of to have a bit of change of pace. So, if you don't open this chest here, you will actually not get the Gilgamesh encounter at all. You need to check it, it's empty, and then you just will get the Gilgamesh encounter before you manage to walk up onto the staircase. So that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Just going to check the chest and also kill stuff along the way, might as well. Unless it's this encounter, which I don't feel like is worth it. So, the trickiest thing about the upcoming Gilgamesh encounter is he isn't dangerous as much as he is just annoying, honestly. I forgot to refill my high potions, so I should stop using high potions, I guess, if I can. I might need all of them in the Gilgamesh and XF encounter. Either way, here is Gilgamesh. And Gilgamesh encounter... level halved. This is exactly what you don't want to see, because he just loves to throw all sorts of status effects at you. Strange dance puts you to sleep. I don't have anything to avoid being put to sleep. Frog song makes you into a frog. I'm immune to that. But the level half just reduces my damage by about 2/3. Let's put it that way, if I ever get any damage at it. So he is more annoying than anything else, but because I just got my level halved, I'm very strongly considering just resetting, because this is going to take a while. He doesn't have too much HP, so just a few sword dances would do the trick, but also, simultaneously, I cannot heal because I have the bone meal equipped, in order to reduce the physical damage he does to me. So I just really need some sword dances here, please. Also, I should equip the mantle, the elven mantle, in order to avoid physical attacks. Alright, we are resetting here. This is going to take way too long if I'm having my level halved twice. This is just really bad luck if it does that immediately. You love the Gilgamesh theme? It's really, really good, I agree. Alrighty, Elf Cape we go. Maybe I shouldn't use the Bone Mail? Nah, Bone Mail gives me actually immunity to getting berserked and also confusion, which might be useful against this guy. So, now we just need a few sword dances. Just a few. There we go, there's one. And that's a lot of damage right there, by the way. Just crazy how much damage you can dish out. Time slip would put you to sleep and also put the aging effect on you, but I think when you have immunity to at least one of the effects that time slip does, time slip never will hit you. So it's actually kind of bad that it does so many things at the same time, ironically. If you're minute, you have 0 physical defense, but your physical evasion is actually doubled, so the Elf Cape would proc twice the amount of time. Flash would give you darkness status effect, which Sword Dance doesn't care about darkness, plus I'm immune to it. Hurricane is really bad, once again, because I can't heal. So I just need to finish him right now. And hope that we dodge the physical attacks. Forget that Jitterbug do it. I'm actually going to just try and dance here. Hoping for Jitterbugs. I'm not going to deal any physical damage, but my physical evasion is actually doubled. By the way, this is technically, let's say, the second death from this guy. Which, usually he is not dangerous, but I guess if he uses Hurricane, that is a huge problem. I actually forgot that he can use Hurricane. So I'm actually going to use the Strength Armor instead now, so I can heal. Tuna pizza? Tuna pizza is actually really, really good. One of the few types of fish that I really like on my pizzas. At least the type of tuna pizza that I know. So you can see his physical attack just skyrocketed because of the lack of bone mail defense. But at the same time I can now heal, which is a big plus. Please, give me some sword dances, I need them. Once again, for anybody who may not know yet, dance is a random chance of choosing one of 4 dances. Sword Dance, Jitterbug Duet, Mystery Waltz and Tempting Tango, of which only Jitterbug Duet and Sword Dance really do anything at all. And we just want Sword Dances because they quadruple my physical damage output. And Jitterbug Duet deals a little bit of damage and also heals me a little bit, so it can be useful. So essentially each time I press the dance command, it's a 1 in 4 chance to execute it. Ooh, thank you for not hitting the Sonic Wave. We have a decent amount of magic evasion thanks to our equipment. So chances are he wouldn't hit, but chances are he also can hit. Come on. By the way, darkness status effect does work in this game, and it's actually pretty extreme. If you attack normally with your physical attack, you would start missing about 90% of your physical attacks. Which in the other way around would also means that you do if you can blind an enemy, it is incredibly, insanely, hugely beneficial to you. Since they will miss so often. At least if they've physical attack, I guess. There's a few ways of more or less reliably applying darkness or blind status. Some of them better than others, but usually can be really good. We have a hobby of making pizza from scratch, so new flavor is useful to you. Oh, nice. I'm always too lazy to make pizza from scratch myself. Oh no! He's that fast! Alright, we need to get a bit luckier against this guy. Come on, this is not that difficult of a battle. Once again, it's usually more annoying rather than dangerous, but I guess right now it's rather dangerous too. Health cape, strength, armor. You love this music? It's so good, I agree. That sounds like a really bad teacher. Sorry to hear that, Ryok. I could use an elixir here, but I really don't want to. I feel like I will want to have them available for the XDev fight. It's probably not absolutely necessary to have them for the XDev fight, but I feel like in case I would need them, I really want to have them. Nice, that's the third sword dance. So just a little bit more damage and he will be pushed into the next phase. So what I'm gonna start doing is I will just start... He's actually going to loop me with the next attack here. So if he attacked twice physically, I would have died. I'm just gonna start attacking normally, because he's going to switch into his next AI phase, where he will still attack a few more times. But thankfully, back row only now half the physical damage. We should survive this without too much more trouble. Alrighty. So that's 22 total deaths. Which means that was 3 deaths for Gilgamesh here. Actually mildly unexpected, honestly. That sounds awesome, Xanvas. Talking corpses. They are marionettes. So I'm actually mostly just using Dance for hoping to get Jitterbug do it, so I will absorb a bit of HP from him. That's the only reason I'm doing this. So Gilgamesh at this point, if you have a Thief steal from him, you will get a Genji helmet, which is heavy armor, but it also protects from confusion and I think one other status effect. So it's kinda decent. Yeah, that does not sound pleasant, Ryok. Well, if you read about that earlier, Kaneki, it's related to cheese in the sense that he doesn't like what his father likes because of that. Which is really unfortunate to have that kind of association with stuff. But I guess it's just how it goes in a sense. So yeah, Raik, I hope you're in a bit of a better situation nowadays. So, my plan right now is essentially just to heal up through the use of Jitterbug Duets, and I just realized I have neither bone mail nor the wall ring equipped at this point, which I definitely want to have equipped before facing those dark wizards, because that just kind of nullifies what they can do. So that's that. I never even thought about smoking. Well, there's a plus right there. For me, I'm kind of weird with the smoking thing, because everybody around me told me that never start smoking, that's the worst thing you can do. And the way I am is just like, I go, okay, and I don't smoke. Which is kind of handy in this kind of case. I'm rather naive in a lot of instances, unfortunately, but in this case that was pretty useful. And welcome to you, Grudge Guy. I hope you're doing well. Greetings. Also, I guess my other experience with smoking is my sister stealing some cigarettes from my father. The older one. She was about 5 years older than me, and I was like 5 or 6 at the time. And we snuck under the balcony, which was like half a meter high space, and she started smoking and just kind of gave me a little bit to try, and that was such a horrible experience to me that I never wanted to have anything to do with that anymore. Yeah, that works for me, because it was just lungs were aching, I was coughing, it was not pleasant. Wow, that's pretty extreme to Ricodactylus. But it looks like you succeeded at quitting, which is pretty awesome. Congratulations. Everyone on your always trying to get you to smoke because it was cool? That's actually kind of one of the things I got from my mother as a mindset. Only because others do it is not really a good reason for you to do it. Like, I specifically remember when we as kids wanted to have certain things. My mother, she would listen to arguments as to why we would like to have them. But one argument that she would never accept is, only because others have it is not a good reason why you should have it. Which is not always true, let me be completely frank about that. Sometimes that is a good reason too. Like Pokemon games. But in general, I do agree that's not being a good reasoning. You're trying to take a break from Mary Jane. I don't know what Mary Jane is, to be honest. Would I consider running Skies again with the new routing? Honestly, probably. At some point I will just kind of do more or less a bit of a casual run through the skies of Arcadia again. The thing is, all I've ever done is I've done one run of the game by using notes from Zyda without any practice or anything like that whatsoever. And it was fun, but it was also taking a long time. So I say I will probably do that at some point, but I can't really tell you when or how. Marijuana? Oh, I see. Fair enough. Yeah. Well, let's put it this way. I always think at least smoking weed gives you a bit of an altered perception. It makes you feel a bit different. Like, It's very much like drinking alcohol in order to get tipsy or drunk, for that matter. It at least has a notable effect, but just straight up smoking, I never really understand as to why you would even consider doing that. Sub 12 hours helps, it does. I mean, in a lot of dungeons I will have no idea where to go, so that will add a few hours at least. And yeah, what Dracodactylus said, there is other euphemisms, because English is not my native language. I have no idea what Mary Jane is. But I do know a lot of other things, for that matter. That's not even necessarily true. I am a bit naive in terms of what stuff can be, although probably a lot less than what he would give me credit for. Also, I just realized there is that double Adama Golem fight here. I guess that's the rare encounter then. Two runs it is, one for routing and one for speed. Who knows? Don't do drugs, kids? Yeah, actually. Don't do drugs if you can avoid it. Like, even if I say I understand people using weed or alcohol, I think overall it's just better if you don't need any of that stuff to have fun. I'm not condemning people who drink alcohol or weed for that matter, but if you need to do drugs, at least do the stuff that is alcohol or weed, but don't go any further at all, ever. That is kind of what I would say. Because that leads to really bad results. Fair enough, Kaneki. Works for me. Bingo, you hated the taste of alcohol. Almost all alcohol you tried, but a teenager almost got also hammered 3 times. Interesting. I actually have a hard time finding any alcoholic beverage that I like in any capacity myself. So I usually just try to give it a shot, but I don't expect anything. There hasn't been a single beer I like, there hasn't really been any wine I like at all. There has been some soft drinks that are more sweet stuff rather than actually alcoholic that I actually tend to like, but then at the same time I might as well drink syrup instead. And I'm not even joking about the syrup instead. I actually like syrup. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, a lot of people like, let's say, beer with certain snacks, foods, and wine with dinner. Sometimes it's not just to get drunk, obviously, it's just to enjoy it. And sometimes I do get a bit jealous of people that seem to enjoy that combination just so much, because I don't find anything with it. But that's me, and that's okay. You have the best maple syrup? Oh, I have to apologize. I don't like maple syrup that much. When I say syrup, I'm more referring to stuff like strawberry or orange or stuff like that, which is very common, at least from where I come from, that you just put a bit of syrup concentrate into water. Into water, and then you have The syrup drink. Thank you, Jobblekins. That is kind of you. I don't like maple syrup because I haven't been to Canada. I mean, I guess that's possible. I've had maple syrup that was supposed to come out of Canada, like real maple syrup. But I couldn't tell you whether I've actually tasted real maple syrup or not. Like, it's fine on pancakes. But that's kind of the extent of where I'm going. You only like alcoholic drinks where you can taste the alcohol. Yeah, that sounds about the same for me, honestly. The thing is, it's actually kind of a weird thing when you say tasting alcohol, because technically alcohol is tasteless and smellless. But at the same time, you can clearly tell when there's alcohol in certain things, because it's not necessarily the taste, but the feeling it gives you. But yeah, I'm very much the same, Katjana. But then it's just kind of a question of, if I'm like that, might as well just drink iced tea. Or tea. I'm okay with that. And then again, I've never been somebody who had to drink because I guess I've been really lucky in a lot of instances where the friends I had and that sometimes tended to drink a bit, they were very respectful of me just choosing not to drink. I would usually try and say, not my thing, but I guess on that end I've been really lucky. It's 5:31 in the morning, but it's okay, cause here... Oh, I see. Silas, thank you! Thank you so much, good morning to you, and thank you for almost 2 years of continuous support in Arona. Thank you so much, Silas. Good morning. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. Did I get the level? Almost. We're almost there, actually. Still remember the first time you got smashed drunk, where the 50th birthday of your uncle? You had the whole menu up and down. Wow. I got drunk once. Largely because I just wanted to know how that feels like. And to me, losing control over my, let's say, already rather clumsy motoric functions of my body was not exactly pleasant. I disliked it that much that if I ever go and drink a bit of alcohol, the most I go for is tipsy, and then just stop. Used to your designated driver status to avoid having to drink. Works for me. I mean, in a sense, it kind of ends up working out for, well, for everybody like that, Katjana. You drive them, which is nice for them, and you get the nice benefit that they don't bother you about drinking. Am I a tall person? I'm actually almost precisely average. No, I'm not tall. I see. Yeah, certain brushes with things can be helpful, I guess, Philly. I hope it wasn't too bad anyways. But hey, sounds like it worked out for you in the end. Oh, I see. Interesting, Ricodactylus. I was not aware of that. No, it's more just... I'm very conscious about how I move and what I do with my limbs at each individual time, because I am, as I said, rather clumsy overall. So at times it makes it kinda difficult to work out things in a sense. Let's put it that way. Manzik just subscribed with Twitch Prime. Hey, thank you. I really appreciate that. Welcome to you, or welcome back, I guess. And thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. That's really nice, Willy. And I'm glad you enjoy your lurking, Manzik. And also welcome to you, Dame Dame. I hope you're doing well. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to you. And yes, welcome to all the lurkers. Here, Moth gained a level. We reached level 56. We are ready, question mark, to take on the ginormous beast that is X-Death. World 2 here. So this will be a lot of deaths, a lot of resets. We started 122 deaths, so let's see how far we're going to go. Alrighty, X-Death. For anyone who does not know, our main goal is to deal about 16,000 and so about 500 damage. In order to push him into phase 2, he has about 32,000 and some change of health. And once he is below 16,000 health... Also, by the way, Condemn is instantly death. Well, let's just see how this works out. Once he is below 16,000 health, we will push him into the next phase. Vacuum Wave deals 1,000 damage. Actually expected 1,500, so that's more pleasant, I guess. Gravity 100 is an ability that would remove my float status, but because I have my wall ring on, it's not going to affect me at all. Physical attacks? Oh, that's why, I remember now. It's because I have a bone mail equipped. So Earthshakers, by the way, the reason why I went to get float outside. So Sword Dance will deal about that much damage, and I have calculated I need 6 Sword Dances at level 56 in order to push him from phase 1 into phase 2. At any level lower than 56, I will need more than 6 Sword Dances, which would dramatically increase the likelihood, or which would reduce the likelihood of us pushing him finally into phase 2. How many am I thinking? 100? I would say I expect like 150 deaths for X-Death until it finally all clicks into gear. So, as you can see, he will try to use Quake there, or Earthquake. And that's kind of a little bit annoying. Let's see real quick. I need to check his AI script, because sometimes knowing the AI script of enemies can be quite handy. Plus, this guy here has so many different abilities. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different combat rounds in phase 1. And 2 out of 3 times he will use Condemn as his very first move. And because the timer, once it reaches 0, it means just instant death. Anytime he uses Condemn, we are just dead. I just played it out because I figured might as well see how much the rest does. Does the countdown go away in phase 2? Nope. Anytime I get the countdown, I'm dead. There's nothing I can do about that. So he just needs to physically attack in the first turn here. By the way, I don't have any way to avoid physical damage, so any physical damage will always hit. Dynamo pushes us from the back row into the front row. There's 1 Sword Dance. As I said, we need 6. So, first of all, we have a 1 in 3 chance to even get the battle started because of how he cannot use Condemn in the first turn. But eventually he will loop around in his AI script and get back to the first turn again, and that's kind of what we need to avoid as well. By the way, I think I need to heal in order to survive a vacuum wave. Alright. Actually, did not need to heal. But this is what I want to use all my elixirs for. Because I need to improve my chance for getting enough sword dances to get this going. That's 3 sword dances so far. Zombie breath is a lot of damage. And I'm just gonna use elixir here. He can use bio on this turn here, which would be really good. Also level 3 flare and level 3 flare here would be the best concept because he can just kill himself. But now it's once again 1 in 3 chance to not use Condemn. Unfortunately he used Condemn. So we had 3 sword dances in the first round before he got back around to Condemn. I don't expect to be able to defeat him before we get at least 2 chances of him using Condemn. So essentially right off the bat we have a 1 in 9 chance to even possibly win this battle for him to hopefully not use Condemn. It's likely more because the chance of sword dance is just a 1 in 4. We just need to get really lucky. And once we finally push him into phase 2, he will mostly use level 3 spells, which is why I'm having the wall ring equipped, that get bounced back to him, and he will eventually kill himself with those. Also, he will still use Vacuum Wave. And Vacuum Wave is going to hurt a lot. Plus, he's going to move twice every turn. So if he, as soon as he moves into phase 2, I don't have full health and he just decides to use a Vacuum Wave and a physical attack in one move, then I'm dead as well. So I need a little bit of luck in order to survive the entrance to phase 2 as well. And there's another Condemn, that adds another death. Most of the deaths will actually come from him condemning us. And there's just not much we can do about that. So essentially I will play it really risky in terms of not wanting to use up more health potions, or instead of using high potions I'm just going to straight up use elixirs in order to try and get as many dances in as possible before he has a chance to kill me. I actually did not account for him using bio or level 3 flare that gets bounced back to him and actually also deals damage. So I guess it's technically possible that I would only need 5 sword dances and a little bit of damage, depending on that. Nice, alright, we get another chance to go for this. Tempting Tango, unfortunately, is not going to help us in the least. Vacuum Wave is already rather painful, and we have to heal. Now he has a 1 in 3 chance to use Demi, Fight, or Gravity. Demi gets reflected, Gravity gets reflected, so both of those spells would be preferable over him using the Fight command. Next he has an attack, or Vacuum Wave, which Vacuum Wave you just don't want to see if you could. Next he has a 2 in 3 chance to use Earthshaker, which is really good because I'm floating and I don't get hit by it. Next he can just use Flame, Fight, or Specialty. Fight is the most preferable one because it deals the least damage from all of those options. Next he uses Hurricane, or Fight. Hurricane is really bad because if I have a Vacuum Wave on me, and the HP leak status as a thing, I will get into critical HP and probably instantly die. Zombie Breath has a very wide range of how much damage it can deal, and we just hope that he uses Zombie Breath actually, because if he doesn't use Zombie Breath, he uses his Vacuum Wave right there. Level 3 Flare. So next move is going to be him using Condemn again, or Fight. So I just want him to fight here. Unfortunately it is Condemn, and so we kinda straight up lose. If I actually get Condemned and then literally just push him into phase 3, I will stay in the front row and continue to dance, and maybe defeat him before the timer runs to 0. That chance I consider to be tiny to work, but still technically possible, so I will try for it. And there we are. This is going to be the dance that we're going to be doing. The reset dance. Until we finally get lucky. Any questions, any ideas, any thoughts, feel free to direct them to me. I will likely take a short break in, let's say, 5 attempts. Once we reach 130 deaths, and eat a little bit of something, then we go back at it. The real question is this RNG nightmare worse than the Pueblos wall? I expect it to be, but then again, I don't really know. Okay, he can deal up to 1460 damage with a vacuum wave. That is desirable, or demi. So he is not floating, but it would remove his float status if he had it. So next is Earthshaker. I hope he uses Earthshaker. Unfortunately he fights instead, and next he will attack, or use his vacuum wave. If he used vacuum wave I would have been dead. Next he can use Hurricane, or fight. I want him to use fight, because Hurricane is just going to put me into critical HP. Actually, he has a 2 in 3 chance to use Hurricane. So I probably should just wait with healing and gamble on the 2 in 3 chance for him to use Hurricane rather than anything else. He has a 1 in 3 chance to use Bio right here, which would be reflected, which is kind of desirable. Level 3 Flare, and now he can use Condemn again. The thing is, I would need the Jitterbug here in order to survive a physical attack, I think, so I should not have done this. He used Condemn anyways, so unfortunately that isn't a reset. Where's the sword dances when you need them? Well, we just need to get lucky with them, really. It's less likely for sword dances to appear, or as many sword dances to appear than not. Like, in a sense, we're not getting unlucky right now. This is the expected result. We are just not getting particularly lucky, and that's kind of the tricky thing about it. So it's essentially repetitions until the stars align, in a sense, for us to get through this battle. Ween, ween, ween. Ween, ween. Alright, we get another chance. Either damage with a physical. I probably should memorize that, because if I have less than 800 HP, kinda bad for me. Dynamo is not good, because then means I have to go back into the front row. But it's, I guess, kind of better than Vacuum Wave. I'm not sure. That's 1 sword dance, that's good. And now we have to heal. I will probably barely get my turn before he goes again. I didn't, but it's all fine. Flame Fight specialty is next. Hurricane Fight. Actually, best case scenario is if he uses Hurricane and it misses. Chance for him to miss Hurricane, not that good. Vacuum Wave is worst case scenario. In this case, he can use Fight, or Bio on the next turn. Hopefully he uses Bio. He fights again, so we have to heal now, otherwise we're not going to survive. Oh, right. That's the thing he can do too. Up until now, he always used level 3 Flare on that turn, but unfortunately not in this case. He's getting about 4 turns for every 3 of mine right now. So that kind of complicates things a little bit. Flirting with him won't help then, nope. Flirt does not actually work against enemies that are considered heavy, which most bosses are heavy, and this guy is no exception. Hey, nice Kaneki, I appreciate that. You know guys, when you started talking about Ragnarok Online and the mobile thing, I'm very tempted to just play that right now. I'm not going to, because I really want to get at least past the wall of X-Death here. And I also want to stream. I mean, If you think about it, this is my work hours. Right now, I am working. Streaming is my work, so I have to wait until after work, until I can play the thing. But it's still kind of fun to talk about it. I don't think that's kind of what it means, just Johnny. Pretty sure. The game is a lot nicer than that. I don't think fat shaming is any good. Don't glorify it, but shaming is not good. Alrighty, one more death and we are going to go ahead and take a short break. Like, actually, the way I'm gonna do this is I'm gonna, after the next attempt, run over, put my food into the microwave, and then do one more attempt while the food is heating up, and afterwards I'm gonna eat. I see. Name suggestions for a guild. Oh. You just got your food out of the microwave. Nice. Enjoy your food. And hey, Agent Malice, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Also, food box sounds like a nice idea. Hey, we get another chance here. 800 damage? Let's go. Jitterbug. It's okay. Vacuum wave, unfortunately that's a lot of damage. We should be able to get one more attack in. Or not. I should have healed. Alright. Putting food in the microwave real quick. We are back. Okay, one more attempt. Let's go. I have 1.5 minutes, and if the attempt takes way longer than that, I'm actually going to be kind of happy because that means we have a chance of beating him. You're eating some late night popcorn at the moment. Nice, enjoy. To my knowledge, popcorn is usually rather lightweight, so light snacks. When you're supposed to be sleeping hours is probably a good idea. You got rice with schnitzel. That sounds pretty awesome. I got rice with curry. It's actually more... I have no idea how to explain the curry. It's pretty decent. I like it a lot. There's not much in the curry, it's mostly just curry sauce. Oh hey, we get another attempt. Nice. And an even each sword dance. Number 1. Very nice. Next is Dynamo or Vacuum Wave. Okay, I'm just gonna heal here. Next is hopefully Gravity 100 or Demi. Okay, that's good. Then he can attack on the next turn and then Shaker on the subsequent one. 2 sword dances already. Pretty good. Nice. Regular fight attack is kind of the best case scenario in that sense. And next he can use Earthshaker. That's good. Next he can do Vacuum Wave, so I'm gonna heal immediately again. Pretty good timing on my end. Oh, actually, I should have potentially waited until he used Hurricane right here. But he could also physically attack, which means I would be dead instead. So healing is fine, I guess. Zombie Breath hopefully next, with a low roll. Nope, it's Vacuum Wave. Then he can use Fight, or Bio. Hopefully use Bio. Please use Bio. And then level 3 Flare. Nope, no Bio. Suddenly 1 in 3 chance. And then he can use level 3 Flare, please. Okay. And then next we have a 1 in 3 chance to survive a Condemned again. Please condemn. Nice. Oh, I just said please condemn. I don't want to condemn. Let's see. He can use vacuum wave on the next move. I need to heal, because I wouldn't survive a vacuum wave. Preferably he uses dynamo in a sense, I guess. But oh, yeah, I needed to heal there. Next is fight. I can do one dance. That's another fight. Now I have to heal because he can use vacuum wave or attacks. Either one would kill me. Thank you for a regular attack. Hopefully Earthshaker next turn, 2 and 3 chance, which I'm immune to, thanks to floating. Then Flame, Fight and Specialty. Ooh. That's actually kind of the best case scenario, isn't it? Yeah, that's the least amount of damage. So he could use Hurricane next turn, but he could also fight. Fight would kill me. Oh, nice, perfect! Hurricane miss is the best case scenario. So Zombie Breath is hopefully next. That's the least damage he can do. He can also 1 in 3 Vacuum Wave. Okay, then Fight Bio. Hopefully he uses Bio. That is Sword Dance number 4, I think. Nice. If we get another Sword Dance, we might actually push him. Level 3 Flare, please. Probably not. Alright, so, once again, a 1 in 3 chance for him to not use Condemn. Please don't use Condemn. I'm just gonna keep dancing right at this point. There is a chance we would be able to kill him. A very tiny chance, but we would need a Sword Dance literally every turn at this point. And this is not looking good. So, we actually survived 2 turns, or 2 times Condemn, which is only a 1 in 9 chance. But then he got to this phase here anyways. We were pretty close there. I think 5 Sword Dances with him reflecting 2 flares and then me doing a physical attack or 2 would actually be sufficient. Here's the 5th Sword Dance, unfortunately from the back row. You're getting ready for work? Well then, I wish you a pleasant day at work, Kaneki, and I hope you have a nice day. Take care. So yeah. Alrighty, we are going to take a short break. The 131 deaths, and then we will continue right after. Oh, you're back from work. Welcome back, Chaos Kitty. I hope you had a good day, and I'm just gonna take my break real quick, so be right back, guys. I just realized food is hot. Food is hot after it was in the microwave, so I'm actually going to do a few more attempts before eating. Plus, I actually just really want to do attempts here. I just really want to get this done. Because, once again, XDev here in the second world is the most ginormous, biggest hurdle that we can take as a solo dancer. Everything here will be significantly easier. Mostly because it's just not so much stacked against us. Level 56 as a single character is really, really high level. And we should not have much trouble with the upcoming bosses after that. As a dancer, there's still that variance, of course, but it's actually going to be significantly less variance once we finally enter the third world and get our dancer equipment to have two in 4 chance for sword dances. Okay, another one. That is the wrong text box to edit. Hang on. Def count. Save the frogs. Frogs are friends, not food. Oh, by the way. So, quick update for you guys on the note of channel mascot. You know, I've kind of more or less have the rabbit, but also the grimer as a channel mascot in a sense. But neither of those are something that I could actively use myself outside of the channel, because it's not my property. One belongs to Square, and the other one belongs to Nintendo. Two of the companies that are kind of the most protective of their things that you can imagine, so I shouldn't try to get too lucky, or how do you say that? You get the idea. I shouldn't stretch my luck too far. So, I've actually been contemplating since a while what else I could have on the channel instead that may replace the rabbit and the grimer in a sense. I will probably never get rid of the emotes that we have, but if we ever add any more, it would probably be with that other mascot thing. And I've actually recently remembered that Chaz Kwangshi, who is a good friend of ours in our channel here, even though she hasn't been around much, she actually doodled up a sketch where I asked her just kind of randomly, hey, what would you make if you were to have a moth dragon? How would you draw that? And she drew actually something that ended up looking really cute. Very rough, it's just a doodle. And we might want to end up looking into that. I'm curious what you guys think if you see an example of that. Think Flammy, but a moth, I guess. Kind of curious. Condemn. And this is how most of our attempts are going to end, by the way. Just a 2 and 3 chance to condemn. Rabbit, your favorite. Nice. Alrighty. Tempt Fate. Yeah, actually, Tempt Fate is probably a good way to put it. Volantash, thank you for that term. I could always say, English isn't my first language. And say that's why I don't know words properly sometimes. But realistically, at this point, I would say that's just me not remembering the words. So I always appreciate when you guys kind of tell me the term I should have used. Don't let my food get cold, but that's kind of the point right now. It's too hot to eat. Anyway, this is empty. Nice and warm, better than too hot. I see. By the way, there's only a few classes in this entire game that would have a realistic chance of defeating Xdeath, despite him using Condemn. And those classes either deal so much insane damage that the Condemn is just... it doesn't matter, they just deal too much damage. Or alternatively, in one specific case, like the Time Mage, you can actually cast a reset spell in order to reset the time. Or to reset the encounter until he does not use the Condemn as his first spell. Which I have to be honest, I don't actually even really know whether you already get the reset spell this early. I was thinking, oh yeah, I just can use that, but I'm actually not sure. Alright, so here we go. Please don't use the fight command, because you can do 2 out of 3 times nothing. Oh, that's rude. Next he can use fight or vacuum wave. I have to heal after either one, so it doesn't really matter. Oops. So next you can shake here or fight. Either way I would have to heal actually. Next, ouch. Next he has a 1 in 3 chance to use Hurricane. If I get hit by Hurricane I'm dead anyway, so I didn't feel the need to heal right now. But he uses a 1 in 3 chance to attack physically. Next is hopefully Zombie Breath, because that's the lowest damage attack he can do. Sometimes anyways, sometimes it rolls really high. Next hopefully is Bio, because it gets reflected, and even though it doesn't deal any direct damage, he still takes the damage from the HP leak. Next, he has a 2 in 3 chance to use Flare. That's good, deals damage. We haven't had a single sword dance so far, but 1 in 3 chance for to fight rather than use Condemn. Perfect, okay, we are here right now. Next he can use Vacuum Wave or Dynamo, so I have to heal. I always hope for Dynamo, but then I have to go back into the front row right after, so it kind of wastes a turn of mine. Which is worth more than his, in a sense. So next he can use Fight, or Specialty, hopefully just an attack instead. Thank you. Then Earthshaker or Fight, I hope he uses Earthshaker because I'm floating. Fortunately he attacked instead. I'm going to die to his Vacuum Wave. If I don't heal, that is. Unfortunately he was too fast for me to heal. So, alrighty. But now finally I get to eat food. I'll be right back for real now. Alrighty, and I'm back already. And, well, we're going to jump right back into it. Let's try. This fight is really not designed to be solid. It's designed to make you think this might be the final boss. Oh, I actually never thought about that. I guess that's true. I just happened to know that this isn't the final boss for other reasons when I first played this game. But that's true, it feels kind of final. Rump. Alrighty, as usual, 1 in 3 chance to not get killed. Oh, and it happened. Nice. Then we try to dance. Oh, and it happened. Sword dance. Exactly what we need. And then the vacuum wave, which we need to heal immediately, because next he can attack me with physical attacks again. Hopefully he uses Demi, or, well, he didn't. That's unfortunate. Next, no matter what, we will survive his next attack. But he can actually go for more or less 2 times in a row. Worst case scenario, he uses Fight in the next attack. Because he could use Earthshaker, but he didn't. And next he should not use Vacuum Wave, because Vacuum Wave means we are almost certainly dead. Thank you for not using Vacuum Wave. So then he can use Hurricane, Hurricane or Fight. Hurricane missing is the best scenario here, but unfortunately that is unlikely to happen. But it can happen. It happened already once. Zombie Breath is the least amount of damage he can do in this turn. This is actually a really nice roll overall. Next he can use Bio. Bio doesn't really deal damage to him when it bounces off. Aside from a minor... Oh, that's unlucky. Basically it doesn't deal that much damage. So we want him to fight this turn, otherwise he's going to insta-kill us with Condemn right here. And goodbye. We had 1 sword dance in this case, which is just really not enough. Once again, for anybody who is keeping count, but not exactly, we need 6 sword dances in order to push him from phase 1 into phase 2. Once he is in phase 2, he will no longer use Condemn, so it's just essentially a fight for survival from there. And thank you for the good luck, I appreciate that. And hey, Sand Knight, welcome. Pureberos is the last thing you saw? Well, let me tell you, this guy is a bigger wall than the Pureberos, but at the same time, the only real big wall left in the game. Other bosses will still be more or less likely to kill me at least one way or another, but a lot less likely than this guy here. Nice, we get another chance to actually hit him. 1 in 3 chance for him to use Dynamo or a Vacuum Wave here. Dynamo is annoying, but not horrible, so we just move back in our front row. Because Sword Dance would get its damage reduced. Next he can use Attack, or Vacuum Wave. I prefer if he attacks instead. Thank you very much. Next is Earthshaker or Fight. I hope he Earthshakers, that way we don't take any damage. Thank you very much. And next he is going to go before me. Probably. He's actually going to go for Flame Fight or Specialty. And no matter what, I will have to heal. Because he can use an irregular attack on the next move, or Hurricane. Oh, Hurricane misses! Perfect! That's really awesome. And he can use Zombie Breath right now. Right, that's the best option here. Hopefully he uses Bio next. It doesn't deal much damage to him, but it doesn't deal damage to me, which is kind of the big deal about it. Fortunately he fights instead. Level 3 Flare please, right now. So we haven't gotten a single sword dance so far, so it's not looking too good for us. Okay, next he needs to use the fight command, otherwise we are straight up dead. Which, by the way, he moved before me, so no matter what, I was straight up dead anyways, because I couldn't heal in time. Once again, he has a 1 in 3 chance to not use Condemn. If he uses Condemn, 99.9% of the time we are straight up dead. There is that odd scenario where we dealt almost enough damage to put him into phase 2, and then we can just sit in the front row and get like 6 sword dances in a row and get super lucky with it in order to kill him from there. Which is technically possible, but highly unlikely before the timer runs out. If only Demi would work against him, well that would be the easiest fight ever, because You just wait until Demi reflects back to him and he is suddenly in phase 2 and you have no problems anymore. And thank you for the good luck, I can never use that. Alright, nice. Good start. Next is Dynamo, which changes a Rose, or not. Just going to use Elixir here. Because he can attack me in the next turn. 2 out of 3 chance he wouldn't. Because Gravity or Demi. Next he does a guaranteed physical attack, either 2 in 3 chance regular fight, or 1 in 3 to use Vacuum Wave. Which we don't want to see Vacuum Wave, but oh well. Next he can use 2 in 3 chance Earthshaker, we are floating, it doesn't matter. Flame is actually not too bad, he can use Fight next turn, but I think we have enough health to survive that still. Hurricane is most of the time, because it's 2 and 3. Hold my breath now, thank you very much. Hopefully a Bio next, 1 in 3 chance. Nice. And then hopefully a flare right after. Okay, now we need him to... Oh, it's bad. Alright. Alright, that was actually my failure. He did the perfect thing in terms of what he needed to do. That attack just now was when he could have used Condemn instead. But I didn't have enough health. Unfortunately, I kind of have to bank on him not using a Vacuum Wave just before that. But I also need to account for... Do I need to account for him possibly having one? It's really difficult to tell, because that's just kind of when he gets 2 turns, when I don't get any. And I'm going to die most of the time if I'm not exactly full health right there. So I'm just gonna keep gambling. Alrighty. Good start. I have to heal, don't I? He could use a regular fight command instead. But he's going to go likely twice before I go once. So I should heal. Well, that's unfortunate. That was his chance to use nothing. We are at flame. Okay, next turn is Hurricane or fight. I'm gonna heal anyways. Well, I was contemplating whether I should instead use another dance and hope he does the 2 in 3 chance of using Hurricane right here rather than the fight command. Which he did. Because I had a chance to push him into the second phase before the next Condemn, but chances are that's not gonna happen. So next turn I have to heal regardless. So he needs to use Flare right now, otherwise I'm dead. And next he needs to use Attack in order to not use Condemn. So it's a 1 in 3 chance from here to survive this next turn. And it worked, nice, okay. Now we need 3 more Sword Dances, I think. Maybe 2 if we get lucky with some physical attacks on top of it. Ouch. 1 in 3 chance to use Fight, but we would survive a Fight attack. Oh. Sword Dance number 4, I think. That's good. He's going to get 2 turns before I get 1 more, so I have to heal, regardless. Or alternatively... I'm actually gonna wait until he moves. Never mind. The HP leak kind of works a bit differently when you're still in the menu. Earthshaker is perfect, okay. Oh boy. I think this is 5 Sword Dances so far. Flame. Next is Hurricane or Vacuum Wave. Should I heal or should I go for it? I should heal. Oh, wait. Oh, he attacked. Right. So heal was good. Should I attack physically? I didn't keep track of his damage. This was the 5th sword dance, right? Did anyone keep track? Because if it was the 5th sword dance, I should attack physically now. Oh boy. I think it's the 5th one. I think I should physically attack. Wait, next is breath, or he can use vacuum wave next. Go for it. Oh. Oh, I forgot about that. Right, when you attack him, he has a chance to counterattack with this spell. Next is fight, or bio. Ouch. So, good news. We managed to get into phase 2. Bad news. He decided in his phase 2 to just use 2 physical attacks. For reference, what he could have done is he could have done nothing on the first attack and used a magic spell to hit us. So actually I had a better chance to survive than to die. In theory, but unfortunately we just got unlucky right there. Either way, we actually almost were successful there, in a sense. Unfortunately, I didn't quite exactly keep track of how close I was. Otherwise I should have healed up before I got to there. This is gonna happen. Should I just use a calculator? I should just use a calculator. Right. Return of the calculator. Alrighty, I'm going to use a calculator to keep exact track of his HP, because if I knew that I just needed one more physical attack, I would have just... I would have just healed up before I did that and wait for a better opportunity to push him into the next phase. Or even move into the back row, because 2 out of 3 times he's going to push himself into the next phase through level 3 flare before he uses Condemn. Speaking of Condemn, that is a +1 to the death counter. We always seem to get the same encounter going up to X-Def right now. I'm not sure how accurate that always the same encounter is though. Win, 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 win. Win, win, win. Attempt number 22, condemned to death. Oh. Oh hey Bridget, welcome. And welcome back actually in that case. I did have a pretty relaxed and pleasant Christmas, thank you. I hope so did you. Welcome back. And a happy new year, I guess. We never managed to finish this game even without a choke party. This game is not that easy. In my opinion, the most pleasant thing about this game is kind of knowing what you're getting into and being able to use the tools at your disposal to work around it. Sometimes you don't have any tools if you don't choose the job classes, but most of the time you have some tools. It's not an easy one overall. Bridget, thank you for the 100 happy rabbits. Really appreciate that. 100 little happy rabbits. And yes, I'm still in Japan currently. It's quite nice. I can't really complain. I mean, technically speaking, I could, but I shouldn't. I'm actually going to open and close the menu real quick because this was the exact same encounter as just before, so we might have had the same in RNG if I didn't do that. Hooray! Save the frogs. Alright, we get another chance at it. Let's see. Bug right there. Dynamo or vacuum wave. Dynamo, 2 out of 3. Next is a spell that gets reflected or an attack. Preferably the spell in this case. Next is guaranteed an attack. Hopefully not a vacuum wave. I didn't keep track of his HP. Next is an attack or Earthshaker. Hopefully Earthshaker. That was not an Earthshaker. He just straight up kills us. I have to play it relatively risky in order to get more dances in, for more chances at a sword dance. Because that gives me overall a higher probability of succeeding than him getting to a third round of potential condemn use. And hey Grobley, welcome to you, hope you're doing well. Was this the exact same encounter again? It was. So I'm just gonna do the exact same thing again. I'm just gonna open and close my menu. And this will potentially give me the same start to the RNG. Probably not, I don't think that's how it works. It's just encounters, step encounters, and other stuff is not the same thing. You're capable of complaining, but have no reason to do so. I guess that is fair to put that way, yes. You got some apple flavored tea. Nice, enjoy. Whoom whoom. Same encounter again. Same place. But in encounter RNG is actually different from where we get the encounter. I feel like actually I should go ahead and fight one encounter and then save again, because we seem to get at least one encounter every time I walk over here, which just kind of extends the time until I get another try. And hey, thanks Bums, welcome, hope you're doing well. And yeah, it's more like the FF5 is farming us rather than the other way around, to be honest. Because 2 out of 3 chance, condemn will happen. I reset and add +1 to the death counter and we just walk again. So I'm actually just going to get this encounter, go back real quick, save again, and hopefully we don't get this encounter anymore. I would appreciate that. So the idea is that I don't get any encounter on the way here, because it's not too unlikely for that to happen. Bonk. Another condemned. Goodbye. Maybe we should check Gilgamesh's chest in order to see whether he has a solution to a problem. It's empty. The power to win this fight was inside of you all along. Oh, the same encounter again. Huh. That's a lot of damage. So, I guess alternatively what I need to do is I actually need to change my inventory slightly in order to have a different or not an encounter here to run across. You're doing well? That sounds nice. I'm doing quite fine, thank you. Bonk and goodbye. 150. Yeah, let's do... what can I do? I wonder whether this will result in a different encounter next time I load. Right now I will still get the same encounter just before X-Death. That is if I were to run the exact same path, because each different tile has a different encounter, depending on which direction you enter it from, that is. Someone is on the condemn spree, pretty much, yeah. Alright, we get another chance here. Jitterbug do it. 225. I'm actually going to pause real quick because I wasn't ready to record numbers onto my calculator. Alright, let's go. Dynamo, not pleasant. Oh well. Hello to you as well, Lamborghini. Welcome. How are you doing? I hope you have a nice day so far. Next is fight or vacuum wave. Nice. Consort times 3, 7, 2, 0. Next is fight, we would survive a fight attack. So let's just go. Plus 216. Earthshaker is the best case scenario. Next he will use attack again or flame. Oh, I will actually survive the next move no matter what. So I should just do the thing. Okay, that was the 1 in 3 chance to not use Hurricane. Which it doesn't matter, I had to use an elixir regardless. The zombie breath hopefully, rather than vacuum wave right now. Thank you very much. Hopefully he uses bio in his next turn. No bio. Next he can use flare or vacuum wave. Vacuum wave would kill us. I'm just gonna bank on him using flare, honestly. Sword dance, nice. Unfortunately, vacuum wave kills us, as mentioned. I do think that was the correct move, honestly. Even if it unfortunately didn't work out. Just playing the odds here. Alright. We do get a different encounter now. Which is not exactly what I'm looking for, so I may have to scramble my inventory a little bit further in order to get no encounters, preferably. To my knowledge, there is no dance manipulation possible, Anonicus. Like, technically speaking, there might be, but there is no easy way to apply it. Like, in order for me to manipulate anything in combat, I would have to know exactly where I'm starting in the RNG values. And then exactly hit the correct frame to load the save file. And then get into combat with X-Def correctly, in a sense, and then finally I might be able to get just sword dances. but there's not really any way to do that reasonably anyways. I'm looking into doing this kind of thing with a solo berserker for the final fight though, for console. Oh, nice, we get another chance there. Mystery Volts, not what I'm looking for. Ouch, Vacuum Wave, also not what I'm looking for. So he can use a spell next turn, but I have to heal regardless. It doesn't matter. Next is Fight, Fight or Vacuum Wave. Next is Earthshaker, Earthshaker or Fight. I can actually dance once more. Hopefully not Vacuum Wave, because I would die. He didn't use Vacuum Wave. He can use Hurricane next. I'm just gonna go for the dance here. 2 and 3 chance to use Hurricane. Which means I would have had to heal afterwards anyways. And I get an additional chance to dance in. Vacuum Wave, worst case scenario right there. So hopefully uses bio here. No bio. Alright. I have to heal regardless, even if player hits. So level 3 player is kind of the best case scenario. Unfortunately, so far in the first entire cycle, we've dealt 1213 damage. So even if he didn't use Condemn, this was not exactly much better than just kind of getting fight started. Like, we survived an entire cycle, but it didn't really do anything for us. XDev has 32,768 HP, if I'm not mistaken. Something along those lines. Either way, it's about 16,760 or so until I will be able to push him into phase 2. And all I need to do is deal just 6 sword dances to push him into phase 2, survive the transition into phase 2, and then we would win this fight from there. Almost guaranteed. Unless I get really unlucky, which is still possible. It's actually only 6 sword dances, Anonicus, because I only really need to push him into the second phase, because that is when he stops using Condemn. That's really unlucky. Actually, I guess it doesn't matter whether he uses... No, actually, it's lucky if he uses Vacuum Wave on the second turn, in a sense. Because I would heal to full, or move to the back to the front row if he uses Dynamo instead. I guess the only better case where... That's kind of a strange case where Vacuum Wave is actually the best move he can do. The only better case is he uses Dynamo and it misses. Oh, there we go. 3480. Earthshaker is good. He gets to use an attack. Next turn he uses Hurricane. Okay, we just dance. Nice. 2 sword dances. We need 4 more. Zombie Breath is next. Probably. Or a Vacuum Wave. We have to heal regardless. He's going to get 2 turns after this. Ouch. Use a regular fight command next, please. I meant Bio. Bio is better. This will deal a little bit of damage to him. I don't know how much, but it's kind of worth noting. I have to heal here. No, I don't. Let's go for it. 1 in 3 chance for him to use Vacuum Wave, which is good he didn't. And also, unfortunately, 1 in 3 chance for him to use not Condemn. Alright. I would have to land a string of about 10 sword dances right now in order to win. Which I already didn't. Ugh. That was a pretty good start. We dealt 8,253 damage plus some chip damage because of the Bio Reflect. We would, let's put it this way, in theory we would need 12 sword dances in total if there's no reflect damage ever, but 10 sword dances total would be his entire HP, yes, pretty much. But again, we just need to push him below 16,000 HP total in order to have him in phase 2. Then I move into the back row, and he will just more or less kill himself with using level 3 spells that reflect off my wall. This is the reason why I have wall on my character rather than the elf cape. The elf cape would give me a better chance to survive all the vacuum waves and fighting attacks, but then I would have very little chance to survive phase 2 because fire 3, ice 3 and lightning 3 would just kind of destroy me, really. Actually, I'm curious. No, it's true. He has a higher chance of using spells than physical attacks in phase 2. But even if I were to dodge the physical attacks in phase 2, I would still get destroyed by his spells instead. If you only need to take 50% of his health to start phase 2, you actually only need 5 sword dances with the damage you seem to consistently doing with it. Yes, Grobbly. Basically, it's 5 sword dances plus some chip damage from his reflected spells and maybe a physical attack or 2. We already managed to get to phase 2 once, but then he decided as his first action to use Fight and Vacuum Wave as a double move. Because in phase 2 he always does 2 actions, and unfortunately he just decided to Vacuum Wave Fight and that instantly killed me. Which is also why I'm keeping track of the HP more precisely now, because I had more time to heal up full before I push him into next phase, but I did not know where he was in his, or how much damage I did exactly. So I just rather attacked until he was in phase 2 before I tried to heal up, since I didn't know it was 0 or 3 attacks more. No, Condemned cannot miss. The only thing that can prevent Condemned from hitting you is if you use a Dragon Power mix from a chemist, which gives you the heavy flag, and Condemned cannot affect heavy targets. It's always a 1 in 3 chance, Grobbly, for Condemned to hit. So essentially, if we only dodge 2, or need to dodge 2 Condemns because we get lucky enough with 6 sword dances that quickly, or 5 for that matter, we need to, or we have a 1 in 9 chance to get this started, essentially. Oh, I'm sorry, I did the wrong. We have a 1 in 3 chance to not get Condemned, actually. So it is, as a matter of fact, a 2 in 3 chance for Condemned. Sorry about that. So right now, I'm not getting unlucky. This is what is expected, actually. This is normal. As a Dragoon, we had the luxury of just kind of anticipating which turns he was taking and just jumping over the Condemn in order to avoid that from happening. But you still needed to survive the first Condemn because he just goes before you do. Oh, nice. Let's do this. Once again, ironically, Vacuum Wave second turn is better than Dynamo, because I can heal instead of having to move back into the front row. Physical attack. Alrighty, hopefully next is an Earthshaker. That was a fight command. He can... oh, he can kill me here. He didn't, but he could have. Next is Fight, Fight, or Hurricane. So 1 in 3 chance for him to use Fight instead of Hurricane, which would be best desirable since I healed, but even more desirable would be a Hurricane miss, which can happen. Ouch, that's the worst scenario here, because he used Condemned. Next turn he uses Fight or Bio, hopefully uses Bio right here. There we go. He can use Vacuum Wave next turn, but preferably he uses level 3 Flash. Just moved before me, so I'm going to get my turn, so hopefully he fights now. 1 in 3 chance to survive, right here. Unfortunately, he hits a Condemned, so we are back down to 0. We had 2 sword dances, so that was a kind of a promising start, but we need a bit more than that. 3 sword dances in the first turn is kind of desirable. That way we have a real chance of pushing him into phase 2 before the 3rd Condemned possibility. At this point we are just kind of playing the odds. In case you're wondering, would it help if we added more levels? And the answer is we would need to be, I think I calculated it to be at level 91 or so, where I would only need 5 sword dances to push him into phase 2. So that would give me a lot better odds to actually win this. But that will probably take a lot longer to level up to that level. Right. Jitterbug, 225. Vacuum Wave. Okay with this. I'm currently level of 56. Okay, Earthshaker is hopefully next. There it is. Vacuum Wave. I'm just gonna go ahead and attack. Alright, it was a 2 in 3 chance for him to use Hurricane right here. And we hadn't seen a single sword dance, so I figured I'd just go for it. That is a really good idea, Stash. That is a really good idea. Let's do that. For anybody who is not reading chat right now, Stash just suggested to have the Guardian Dagger equipped in order to potentially dodge the very first attack. With a 1 in 4 chance. Which, as a matter of fact, I should do this anyways whenever I'm healing. That's a really good idea. And you know what? I remember thinking of that yesterday while laying in bed, trying to figure out what my best approach should be. I thought, oh yeah, I've actually read the solo report by Sola and he didn't even mention that you could use the Guardian Dagger for a slightly better chance at surviving stuff. I'm gonna use that. And then I forgot. So thank you very much, Stash. You contributed indeed. That is actually really awesome, because now we have a 1 in 4 chance to block the physical attack he does. And that includes, by the way, a Vacuum Wave. So as a matter of fact, as soon as I hit phase 2, I'm gonna switch over to the Guardian Dagger regardless. We still need to get lucky that he doesn't use Condemned, but this is a way better lower than before. Also, don't forget to actually switch back to the Air Lancet before I do the dancing, because that's the thing that I feel like I'm gonna do sometime. But yes, every time I heal I should just switch to the Guardian Dagger, so his physical attacks can be blocked. Potentially, we would have already won if I actually thought of that. Although, that is kind of weird to say, I guess, because RNG would work out entirely differently if I thought of that at the attempt. Let's go. Or not. Let's go back. I'm actually curious what kind of encounters are in this room here. We've seen the bundle core, the 2 Adama golems. This might have actually been a better room to grind in than the previous one. Gruffly. Thank you for the gifts up to the stash. I really appreciate that. Well, I hope you enjoy your stay here, stash, and maybe you can even use the emotes. At least, you don't get any ads anymore joining here, so that's nice. By the way, I'm pretty sure if you slow down that laugh from the condemn move, you will have the exact same laugh that Kefka uses. Can somebody confirm / deny that? Ironically, a bard has actually an easier time dealing with X-Death here than any other class. Because as a bard, what he can do is you just need one opportunity for him to not use Condemn and then just hide for the rest. And then you can also just hide until he's out of magic. Will take a while, but it's probably overall faster than this here. Although you still need a sufficient amount of levels in order to survive his physical, I guess. Yakamot joining in. By the way, if anybody has any suggestions for potential trigger words, which is a new thing that Yakabot has, thanks to Quadlight. Trigger words are when the chat reads a word, just a single word in chat, and then decides to react to it with a sentence or a phrase with a certain percentage chance. For example, it has a chance to react to the word cookie with a 5% chance, if you write that in chat. So far we haven't had much luck for him to not use Condemn. What I'm gonna do right now is kind of what I did before. I'm going to switch around my inventory slightly. Just so I hopefully have a different loadout for getting different or no encounters until X-Death. It's a 5% chance. Not that likely. How about if someone says first, Yakabot purchases it and says first. I can only do one action as a reaction, Grobbly. But then you would also purge something like when somebody just uses first in a sentence like, first of all, I would do this and this and that, and then Yakabot would just kind of purge that too, which would be less than desirable, I dare to say. Alrighty, let's see, Dynamo. Since I need to switch roles, I'm just gonna do this. Don't forget to equip the Guardian Dagger. Shitterbug Do It is 180 damage. So next he can use Earthshaker or Fight, which just dance again. Nice, 2 sword dances, 3, 6, 0, 4, 0. Earthshaker is perfect. Next is a physical attack. That could have actually almost killed us from a vacuum wave. Next is Hurricane, Hurricane or Fight. So I'm better off just kind of healing here, so I'm just equipping the Guardian Dagger. Thank you very much, Stash, for bringing up the Guardian Dagger. I forgot about that. It already worked, the Guardian Dagger. Nice. So, let me think about this. Where are we? We are just at the zombie breath. So here's an interesting thing I can do. Even though right now I have the air lance equipped, because during my last move I used something with the Guardian Dagger, it still considers me having the Guardian Dagger equipped. So I could wait until he does his next move before I move with a 1 in 4 chance. But let's just try and dance. Not useful right now, but it could be eventually. Okay, that's unfortunate. I'm just gonna heal here. 1 in 3 chance for him to use Bio, 2 in 3 chance to use Flare, and then turn afterwards. Alright. We need him to not use the fight command right here. How much HP do I have? Dance. And I need him to not use the condemn move right here. Oh, sweet! I danced with the wrong weapon too. Ha! I was lucky, kinda. Next he can use Vacuum Wave. Do I survive it? I do. So it just dance. Dynamo, okay. Guardian Dagger, we move into the front row again. He's going to... Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna wait until he takes his move, and then see whether he hits or not. Because he's very close to... Oh, sweet, that's exactly what I was hoping for. I would get the Guardian Dagger proc for his move there. Okay, that was not a shaker, unfortunately. He can use the 2 in 3 chance to not kill me at next turn if I don't heal. I'm gonna need to launch 2 more sword dances in order to push him into the next phase. Let's go for it. Yeah, we didn't die, so that's a plus. Hurricane unfortunately hit. Looks like we need to survive another condemn here. Unless we get a sword dance right here. Or 2 actually. No, actually, even sword dances are not going to save us here. B480. We're at 11,256 damage. Ouch, that's bad. He needs to attack again. 1 in 3 chance for us to survive here. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. Alright. I'm still going to see whether I get like 6 sword dances in a row here. Alright, that was actually a really good attempt. Largely thanks to the Guardian Dagger helping us here. And he's almost in the second phase now, not quite. I would need to use 1 more physical, or actually 2, in order to push him to phase 2. Yeah, good attempt, not quite. Right, and I'm going to take a real short break. Be right back, guys. Alrighty, I'm back. So, let's give this some more tries. I'm a real big fan of the Guardian Knife, by the way. Like, I like using that thing at every possible opportunity. And I straight up forgot this time around. It's so strange to me. Oh well, let's see whether lingering around on the title screen might have skewed the RNG in our favor. Unlikely. But we are only at... How many deaths is this? We are only at 44 deaths at XDeath so far, so... I expect 150. We'll see how this is going to go. Hey, good start. Oh. 198. Vacuum wave, ouch. But again, this is actually the good scenario. Oops. So weird, but vacuum wave in the second turn is actually desirable. 1 in 3 chance. So next he uses fight or specialty. We just try to dance here. Nice, sword dance. 3640. Oops. Oh well. Minus 360. I actually just miscalculated. Alright, where was I? Sorry, I didn't pay attention. Next is Earthshaker fight. Hopefully another sword dance. No chance here. No. Oh. Ouch! He was really fight happy this time around. I think almost every single time where he could have used another move that wasn't fight, he decided to fight instead. Or vacuum wave for that matter. Kind of unlucky. Fight. Aw, not condemn. That's the wrong fight move. Condemn is not a good fighting move, guys. Bit too many deaths. That's a lot of encounters right now. Kind of unusual, actually. Actually have a small plan on how I might be able to do some minor RNG manipulation. But I need to have no encounters before I come here in order to test that. Hey, that's a good start. Right, try this. Oh yeah, I forgot to switch air knife anyway, so it's okay that I didn't get the thing. Don't forget to switch to the air knife. Next is hopefully Earthshaker. It wasn't Earthshaker. Next is hopefully fight again. He could vacuum wave me to death right here if he wants to. Wait, he couldn't. No, he could. Next is Hurricane or fight. 2 in 3 chance for Hurricane. I'm pushing for sword dances here. So Hurricane is the only way I survive here. And I survived. I guess that's a plus, but at the same time, we have dealt 0 damage so far. Big 0. I guess we have a high likelihood of dealing a little bit of damage here as soon as he gets the next. Oh, alright. We're 1 sword dance in, but we still need to get lucky, kinda, in order to have him not use Condemn the next turn. Unfortunately, one sword dance and the condemned is not going to do the trick. I think we get like 4 or 5 turns before we die to condemn. So really the only chance of us not dying to condemn is if I was literally just before pushing him to phase 2. And then he also well, throws a ton of spells back at himself too on top of it. Without actually using condemn. Hey Crow, welcome, how are you doing? Greetings to you. Rump. The King Rump is quite special actually. Nice. Alright, we get another shot at it. So we use this. Jitterbug, I mean, it's a little bit of damage, and we get healed, I guess. Not quite what I'm looking for here, so we swing back to the front row. Unfortunately, he did fight. Next turn he can use Vacuum Wave, which might kill us, but I'm still going for the damage instead. We are still technically alive. Unfortunately, he was super fight happy this time around. And 170. You just found a new glitch in Quest for Glory 1. Nice. I hope it's a good one, Crow. What is it about, if I may ask? So that was 2 Dark Wizard encounters I ran away from. So I'm just gonna stand under this thing, open up the menu and close it twice. See whether that does anything for us. If you pick up around 1000 rocks, your weight overflows and you are very, very negatively encumbered. So you will be able to lift everything? Or what does that do for you? 160. Good start. Photons. Really good start. Unfortunately, I forgot to switch weapon. I mean, I guess I didn't get hit. I'm not sure what to think of that right now. 360. 25. Next he uses Earthshaker most likely. Do we survive a fight attack? We do survive a fight, so we just use Sword Dance hopefully. Or not. Okay, Hurricane is the most likely scenario, so... Next he hopefully uses Bio. He didn't use Bio. Okay, level 3 flare next please. Ouch, that's not good. 1 in 3 chance to survive. We didn't survive. Net effect is that most enemies have at best about a 2% chance to hit you. This is particularly important to the 100% fighter player, which spends like 25 minutes grinding enough stats to beat one fight. That should be down to about 5 minutes of grinding now. That's awesome, Crow, nice. That is really cute. So you just pick up 1000 rocks, and suddenly the fighter is way better at dodging everything. That's kind of like the fighters in animes that use weights when practicing and then take the weights off and then suddenly are super stupidly fast. That's kind of what I imagine is happening here, except that the fighter doesn't take off the rocks. He just keeps them carrying around. I mean, you could also argue that the enemies instead are going to hit the rocks rather than anything else. 25 minutes out of a 45-minute run? Okay. Wow. That's actually pretty crazy. Nice. Wait, do I even have to... I don't have to heal yet. 3, 4, 8, 0. Nice. He could use vacuum wave next turn, or he could fight instead. I'm just gonna hope he does use fight. Okay, now we have to heal, because Earthshaker, fight is next turn possibilities. Earthshaker is good. Or fight when the double block is fine too. He can use fight, or specialty. Oh, flame, fight, or specialty. I keep forgetting there's a flame in there. Next is Hurricane, or fight. In this case, fight is preferable because we had more HP there. Next is Zombie Breath, or Vacuum Wave. Please no Vacuum Wave. Okay. Next is Attack, or Bio. He's going to get 2 turns next. So if he hits me now and then uses Vacuum Wave right after, I'm dead. But such are things. Bio, very good. That adds a little bit of damage on top of what he has taken so far. And then hopefully level 3 Flare right here. Okay, we have a 1 in 3 chance to survive this turn here. Yeah, we just attack anyways. Because we have to go for the 1 in 3, there's no other way. Oh, and we got it. Oh, shoot. Okay, we're fine. If we would have used Vacuum Wave in that turn, I would have been dead too. Next turn he can use Vacuum Wave 1 in 3, or we have to go for Sword Dances. We only got 1 so far. We need to go. Alright, now we have to heal. We could hope for an Earthshaker next, but we have to heal next anyways, regardless, so we just heal right now. Six. Halfway. And next is Zombie Breath, or Vacuum Wave. Nice block. Perfect. So we need 2 Sword Dances in a row in order to push him. It's possible. One of Sword Dance if we get it right here. Oh, nice. Also, he needs to use level 3 Flare right now. He's just above the threshold. Level 3 Flare. Okay. We are in business, guys. He should be in phase 2 now. I'm gonna switch the Guardian Dagger into back row. Yes, he is in phase 2, indicated by him actually attacking twice. Going to use Elixir to top ourselves off. No! Oh, stop using physicals, please. Okay, there we go. Ball 3 is in that row. I'm just gonna wait here actually until he does stuff and then I'm gonna heal. This is my best move. We should win from here. Because he will often use spells and I just need to heal. So, in theory, actually according to the AI script, there's supposed to be a phase which he has when he's below 7000 HP, but for some reason that never actually kicks in, so he never actually does that stuff. So we just keep healing with high potions. Even 2 vacuum waves consecutively and 2 attacks will actually not kill us here. I'm going to even defend for that matter. Guess I might as well. Called it! Nice, Grubbly. Yes, that's pretty awesome, Crow. Nice. I'm defending here because this halves the half damage further from his physicals, and really the physicals are the only real danger. I'm alternating between high potions and physicals. So, I'm pretty sure we win, unless I royally screw up. We haven't dropped below 4000 HP so far, at 2000 anymore. I'm actually curious, right now I'm defending. If I don't take any move, am I going to be keep defending here, as in take half damage, or do I need to move in order to defend again? You would need to actually hit me in order to see. Alrighty, I do not defend anymore. Does this game have the same thing where, like Final Fantasy IV, where reflected spells don't trigger counterattacks or phase changes? No. Actually, yes and no. So here's the thing. Counterattacks from you don't trigger phase changes. And on specific bosses, certain phase transitions don't happen based on using specific moves. Such as, among others, jump has a weird mechanic in that. But the only way to not trigger phase changes where they're supposed to happen is by bosses getting killed through you using slip on them, HP slip, or by you counter-attacking them via monk ability of counter. But every other phase change is usually triggered by receiving damage of physical or magical nature rather than anything else. So, I attribute this quick victory actually to Stash here, because Stash reminded me of using the Guardian Dagger. And I feel like that helped tremendously there. Okay. You know what? We could use high potions here. I'm just gonna use elixirs. I have them for a reason. Whew. By the way, he would potentially use Meteor if he actually triggered his final AI script, but he never triggers it. I don't know why. Sometimes he just straight up messes with his vacuum waves in phase 2, and I do not know why. I don't have any evasion at all, he just misses. It's weird. It's as if part of him who does the double attacks just doesn't have 100% accuracy. Sometimes you see him pause for a moment. That is when he decides to do nothing as part of his AI script. Bolt 3 in the first turn means he is... Actually, that was the second turn. He can never use Bolt 3 in the first turn. Ice 3 in the second turn. Alrighty. Next, he can use Ice 3 in the first turn and Bolt 3 in the second turn. Okay. Next, he can use... Actually, next he can only use Fire 3 in the second turn. Or Bolt 3. First turn is always a physical. Next is Fire 3, 1 in 3, Ice 3, 1 in 3. And we got him! Yay! So, essentially playing the odds, the game, right here. If I didn't get 2 sword dances in a row towards the end there, I would have not been able to push him into his next phase yet. And I felt it was worth going for it, because there was coming up just after his flare 3, he would have the condemned chance again. Out of 2 out of 3 times we are going to straight up die there. And so I figured it was worth going for a potential 2 sword dances right up off the bat in order to push him into the next phase, and it worked. Alrighty. So this was not nearly as many deaths as I anticipated. This was 49 deaths on X-Death alone. I expected 150, by the way. But I think a huge portion of not going for over 100 in this case was that I ended up leveling up to 56, which is a really good threshold for levels in terms of just barely managing to climb over, only needing 6 sword dances. With actually some more reflect luck, 5 sword dances and some attacks. I'm very optimistic. It was very unlikely for us to win this battle, really. We actually had 2 condemned moves, which means a 1 in 9 chance to not get instantly killed in a sense. And then I also needed... in this case I got 6... actually no, I got 5 sword dances this time around too. But I also got all the reflex on top of it. So, for once in my solo character challenge, I actually have Butts as my main character, which means I don't need to worry about equipping the other characters for a level 1 and level 2 antlion fight. And we finally move into World 3. Nice. Whew. I was actually getting really nervous because I felt like I was so close, but yet so far away, since 2 sword dances in a row, that's only a 1 in 16 chance of happening. Still a better chance than winning this fight in the first place. So in a sense, solo character challenges for this game, I dare to say, are a lot like poker. You're not going to win every hand. And in a sense, the dancer is the perfect example of you're not going to win every boss fight, even if you're strongly favored, such as against Gilgamesh just before X-Death. But if you just play the odds right, you have better probability of eventually winning and pushing through. By the way, quick note for anybody watching: before I'm going to start the next solo character challenge, I want to finish Evoland 2 as my casual playthrough. I feel like I've been neglecting that game for way too long, so that will be that. I'm not going to be able to finish the dance run quite today. There's a little bit too much left of the game, but we are going to get easily through in the next stream. I say easily, but it might still be a bit tricky. If you had a reset button and save point available to you heading toward a poker table, you'd walk away a rich man. I mean, yeah, sure. I was more referring to a losing hand is when we lose the battle, rather than having a reset button for that. Hey Dryzalizer, welcome. Yes, you just missed XDeath. It took us 50 attempts exactly, 49 deaths, in order to win. It's more about the concept of you figure out what are your best odds for winning and play for that, rather than trying to win every single hand. Like, if I played more defensively with more healing in certain instances, I would have not got nearly as many dancing opportunities in, and the fight would have dragged on for too long, eventually essentially leading to lower odds for me to win the fight eventually. Good night, Crow. Rest well, have a good sleep, and looks like you will have pretty awesome time running your game with the new glitch. And good luck for that, because it sounds like that is one of the glitches that is really nice, because it just cuts out a tedious part of the run. Probably. So, next up we have actually a little fight here with an antlion. Antlion is not inherently dangerous, or too dangerous anyways. He only has 8,000 HP. But the probability of us surviving... Wait, you can save here? No, you can't. Wait, can you? Never mind. But the probability of surviving is pretty high, but there's still the chance that we're going to lose, because he's pretty much exactly like XDeath, Gilgamesh before XDeath. He's really annoying with what he can do. He can potentially halve my level, plummet my damage to nothing, slow me, and then just whack me with physical attacks. And Stinger, thank you! Thank you for the congratulations, and also thank you very much for the 39 ROMs in a row support. Welcome back to you. Well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. How are you doing? How's it going? Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. 1 sword dance. We just need 3 sword dances in order to win this. Actually 4. He has 5,000 HP. And we hope we don't get hit by half level, and we hope we don't get hit by slow. Nice. Sonic Wave Mist. That's a good one. 2 sword dances. Aha. Just 2 more. Oh! Oh, it would be a lot faster if I actually were to use the air lance right here. Stomach acid, that's bad. Actually, that's not slow, that's just damage. I just realized that. Well, here goes my damage. Still the same damage because I forgot to equip the air lancet before. Alright, 1 more sword dance and we win. Nice! How convenient. So yeah, unlikely to die to Antlion. But you know, the dancer can do anything. He can even lose to Antlion. Bringing out what you're going to do for the night? I see. How does your... have you tested your Seeker of Mana glitchless route so far? I haven't really managed to keep track of your streams recently. Only seen a scapegoat, but I see. Because I'm actually really curious how well your route works out in practice. You have calculated the damage on average? And I was actually wondering whether it wouldn't make more sense to go for a worst case scenario. Like, not worst, but a worst case, because the worst case scenario is really not good. You focus on getting sub 13, scapegoat 2 first. I see, makes sense. You're really close. Good luck with that. Also, welcome to you, Wells, and welcome to you, Lunicloud. I hope you guys are doing well. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Oh yeah, have you accounted for potentially chaining in physical attacks to dispel Stinger? Because, at least for Kilroy, I like to actually wait until his damaging animation is finished before I chain in more spells, so I can get more physicals in. Oh. What kind of rule set for Mega Man 11? For Kilroy? Well, oh yeah, I know you have physical attacks for Kilroy planned, but I guess, yeah, you have planned that. But for other bosses, I feel like it might be useful too. Just Johnny, thank you for dropping by and have a good night. Take care. Yeah, I figure, actually I feel like without actually having any data, just by randomly testing during runs, I feel like, especially on Boreal Phase, getting the chance to chain in physical attacks is really helpful and valuable in order to save Fairy Walnuts in that stretch. Yes, that makes sense. So after a few lengthy cutscenes, we are going to just run through the pyramid. But during our run through the pyramid, are we actually going to pick up anything there? Aside from a few chests that just contain straight up money, I don't think I care about picking out particularly much. Also, there is at least 3 elixirs in the pyramid. Your route from Boreal Phase through Frostgigas is pretty tight. Do you not go to the Nico to buy Fairy Walnuts? Because that's kind of one of my weak points of my route, I believe. Where I actually have no solid plan on how I deal with Frostgigas after defeating Boreal Phase. I just buy however many Fairy Walnuts I can and just hope for the best. A single trip? Right. I remember when I was able to buy 4 Fairy Walnuts and I had at least 1 Fairy Walnut for full magic left over after Boreal Phase, it would work out well. Oh, I see, the car. I mean, realistically, you can just split up the category with Buster only with Rush and Buster only without Rush. Just make it separate. I feel like the difference would be significant enough. You don't even get Salamander to level 1 until halfway through the Biting Lizards. Yeah, that's... I have no idea what I'm doing. I have no idea what I'm doing there. That's probably the clever way to go about it. I feel like I had a plan at some point, but then just didn't bother. Dun, 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 dun. Because one of the biggest downsides in my route, I feel like, was that if I would just use purely magic on the biting lizards, I'm kind of missing out on the opportunity to just deal some physical slashes to one of the lizards that I'm not focusing on. Because, especially the, let's say, the guy on the left side in the corner, why not just add a physical slash until he is just below 300 damage taken? I guess because you could accidentally critically hit him, but I feel like it was still worth going for it. Or at least assisting with physicals. So, alrighty. Coming up is one of the most ridiculously powerful weapons in the entire game. And I'm going to go in the back row. Because I feel like I don't need to sit in the front row anymore. And you will see in just a moment what I mean with that. Because coming up is a nice little hidden weapon that you can get in just the village to the west. We technically had access to this village before, but there was actually no way to get the weapon yet. But now we can go ahead and grab the infamous chicken knife. Chicken knife has multiple things going for it. For one, it powers up every time you run away from combat. Up to 255 times total you have run away from combat, it gains a half an attack power each time. Up to a limit of 129 attack, I believe, which is insanely good. Like, there is one weapon, 1.5 weapons that kind of keep up with this insane amount of attack power. But then on top of that, the chicken knife actually benefits from the original, or at least what we assume is the original formula for the knives. So you know how there is kind of that oddity where sometimes you get an additional attack bonus from the daggers based on your agility and your level, and sometimes you lose it again? Well, the chicken knife has a formula where it does not just account strength for attack power, but also it straight up calculates agility to the same degree in, which means we have a pretty high chance of dealing a tremendous amount of damage with the chicken knife, because essentially our agility acts as a secondary strength. Wicked Gamer Dude, thank you for the host in the raid, I appreciate that. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome everybody, I hope you're doing well. We have just arrived with the chicken knife, so the air lance was really good. The chicken knife is more than double the attack power, on top of giving us 5 agility, on top of accounting the agility to be the exact same as the strength value to get additional attack power on top of it. So let's put it this way. We can do physical attacks from the back row and deal about twice as much damage as with the air lances from the front row with a physical attack. So it's insanely much more powerful. And yes, Wicked Gamer, actually we only died 49 times to X-Death, which is significantly less than I anticipated. And so here we are. So, actually for this fight I'm going to go into front row. Because I'm not gonna deal max damage with getting a sword dance in. So here, can't run. I try to fight. So this is the big downside of using the chicken knife. When you try to physically attack, you have a 1 in 4 chance to proc the can't run, rather than to actually attack with it. That's kind of a minor problem, let's put it that way. So those guys here are gargoyles. When one of them dies, the other one will revive him. So what I need to do is I need to kill this guy right before or right after the gargoyle there moved, and then just kill him right after. Because until he gets his turn, he will not be able to move, so to speak. And you can see, regular physical attacks deal pretty much as much damage as we did with sword dance, actually more damage than we did with sword dances before. From the from the front row. So from the back row, getting a sword dance is always still max damage, which is 9,999. There are quite a few treasures in the pyramid. There's actually no boss in the pyramid, however. So I don't really care too much about that. There's these snakes. As long as I'm not facing them, they actually don't encounter me in combat. I don't remember how much damage this thing deals. However, Aspis is undead, so we kind of don't want to dance, since Jitterbug is bad for us, plus one regular physical attack from the back row already kills it. What is my next expected choke point? The final boss. It's not even a big choke point, honestly. Yeah. One of these chests I think contains an ice shield. The other chests usually that I don't pick up contain a dark matter. Dark matter is an item that is used for chemist mixes and chemist mixes only. That's a lot of damage for a sword dance from the back row, so it would normally be double that damage. So yeah. Our power will go up tremendously here in World 3. Chicken knife is part of the reason. And there will be more reasons. In fact, there's 2 more items that we need for our final build in order to win. We already have the ribbon, which is literally the best equipment piece in the entire game for your headpiece. So that's that. By the way, this is what he is using, is the question mark move, which deals damage equivalent to how much HP he has lost. But he didn't lose any HP yet at that time. You need to put something into the food box in order to feed it. Or exclamation mark rump also works if you would like to train with it. So it looks like Moth is already training for getting more sword dances, which is kind of lovely. So you can also go through the mummy sarcophagus there. There is a thornlet, which is a heavy armor piece helmet that has -5 magic power, which is actually a good thing if you use a berserker with it, because it underflows the magic stat. But it also inflicts the HP leak status, so we can't even equip it. The chest on the left there is a black rope. I'm actually kind of scared of those guys. The chest on the left there is a black rope, which has the highest magic power for a armor in the base game. And it also has pretty solid defense, so it's a pretty good armor, but we'll get something better very soon. So those mummies are actually kind of scary, because when the mummy is alone, it can actually do Dance of the Dead, which instantly transforms you into a zombie, meaning you're straight up dead. And I don't even have the... I guess this would be the one use for an angel ring, if I wanted to use it. By the way, here we also start having more and more trouble running away from combat, but hey, the chicken knife has a 1 in 3 chance to run away from combat. In case you're curious about what is the other weapon in this area here that we could use, the other weapon would be the Brave Blade. If you open up the chest on the left, instead of picking the chicken knife, you pick the Brave Blade. The Brave Blade is quite literally the opposite, wherein you will essentially use the chicken knife, where as the chicken knife grows stronger the more you run away from combat. The Brave Blade starts at an incredibly high attack power value of 150, 21 more than the chicken knife fully powered, and then each time you run away from combat it loses attack power, down to 1. So don't run away if you have the Brave Blade or plan on getting it. The Brave Blade, however, is a night-only weapon, so kind of useless for most characters. The chest on the left, once again, containing dark matter. It is worth 1 gold if you sell it. It's actually quite an interesting mixing ingredient for an alchemist, but oh well. Sorry to hear that, Dakar. That's no fun. So here we have a few things. There's a second ribbon over here, which is interesting, but not anything we necessarily need. There's a gold hairpin, which reduces all magic spell cost by half. Not something we need, but it gives us a bunch of money if we sell it. By the way, there was a hairpin available earlier already in the barrier tower, which we skipped because I didn't want to fight the dragons. So then we have... oh, I did not mean to fall down yet, although I would want to eventually fall down because there's an elixir here and a bunch of money on the right side. There is also a cabin to a chest just south of this area here. You would need to go down here or 1 step to the right probably. There is an earth hammer in this chest on the left, but it's guarded by 4 enemies that I don't want to deal with because they deal a lot of physical damage. And the earth hammer is only really useful for a berserker. An earth hammer has a 1 in 4 chance whenever you physically attack to cast earthquake instead, which combined with the thornlet to underflow the berserker's magic power stats to ridiculously high levels allows you to deal about 5000 damage with an earthquake, which is really good. So this here is a Zephyr zone. Really difficult to run away from an encounter. But we could also just kill her. The sword dance. Once again, we're in the back row. Sword dances are insane. So I think this one is an elixir, and there we go. So that's the entire pyramid. Actually, there was also 2 more parts of the basement that I ended up not visiting. One contains a cursed ring and the other contains, I think, an angel robe or an alchemist, which prevents zombification. Something like that. And yeah, the car, unfortunately, being friendly is kind of a art form to some people. My suggestion is just always stay friendly as long as you can. Sometimes it doesn't work out anymore, and sometimes you just have a really bad day. But unfortunately, people from the customer service usually are on the receiving end of bad days, because you only really call the customer service if something bad has happened. And that kind of is a bad day for a lot of people. So, yeah. Try to be as friendly as possible to the other person on the phone, especially on customer service, because they get yelled at enough. Please. Fun fact. I'm always polite on calls, actually. Maybe it's fair to say I'm always polite, period. Not sure about that though. But either way... Did I use a wall ring? Or... Either way, I dare to say I'm probably always polite, at least over the phone, customer service, etc. And on more than one occasion, I got actually a little bit of something that I shouldn't have necessarily. Just because it was like the other person on the customer service. Actually, I remember one specific instance where I failed to pay a payment in time. And so I asked them, hey, could you please send me the check? As in, then I got the... As in, I paid the payment, but I didn't pay it early enough. So I get another payment thing because I needed to pay an additional fee for it. And I asked the clerk or the call person for maybe a sheet that only is the additional fee because I just paid everything via going to the post office and just paying the stuff. And basically he just told me, you know what, just pay it in time next time. He didn't specifically state that it was because I was friendly, but I feel like that contributed to it. And just kind of avoided the additional fee I had. And yeah, exactly, Dryzalizer. People only coming to you when they have a problem. That's what customer service is for. I feel like companies that have customer service people should have kind of like a side alternative job for those people, so they are not always getting yelled at to... I'll probably reduce the turnover rate by a tremendous amount. Alrighty, so here, I'm actually in the front row against Merochin, because Merochin has a really high amount of physical defense, even though you see Sword Dance still literally max damage right there. Her physical defense is pretty good. She also only has 20,000 HP, so 2 Sword Dances will kill her right away. I have currently a wall ring equipped because she has the tendency to use spells at a high level. She always gets healed by the spells. She's technically always weak against a certain spell. But there's that. Also, you can confuse her. She's technically always weak against a certain element, but I can't take advantage of any element aside from wind. And she is never going to get weak against wind, so I might as well just use the chicken knife, which with a sword dance will always deal max damage. She is also sometimes has a weakness to physical attacks, which means she has 0 defense instead of the, I think, the 40 or so that she has right now. Just one physical attack here should do the trick. Maybe not anymore because she's going to heal here. We'll see. I don't know how much damage physical do. Okay, just enough. Thanks to the jitterbug do it earlier. And that's Merogene, 0 deaths. And, you know, we have powered up quite a bit with our dancer right now. How about we actually turn that up a notch further? Dropping that fee is pretty normal if you paid it somewhat close to the date. I paid it like 3 days late, which, at least where I come from, is not necessarily acceptable, but it was essentially, I literally just saw the bill laying on my desk under some stuff, and I was like, I thought I paid that. And I went to the post office and got the late payment fee thing literally in the mail that day. But yeah, I know it's not a big deal, but at the same time, it's more than once that I call customer service and I got a rather friendly treatment because I was friendly. Just be friendly, if possible. If it's not possible, try to cool down first. I think that would be nice. Being friendly is always the better way. Sometimes I get angry though. Please don't get angry. You think her defense is 80 or something when she is not physically vulnerable? Yes, that sounds about right. It's an insane amount. Yes, sword dance doubles weapon power and it doubles the modifier. But actually, I think it doubles the weapon power after the defense gets subtracted, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, with gamer root, that would be really handy. If people would recognize that they should cool down first, but at the same time, sometimes you don't have time. Sometimes you need to get stuff done. You know, there's always two sides to the story. Unfortunately for the customer servers, you are more or less most of the time on the one end, that is the receiving end, in the unhappy place. Am I getting to the end game? Yes! Actually, we are. There's not much of a reason for me to do any side content, except for a brief visit to the Phoenix Tower. Poor Muggles. Goodbye! You stabbed 48 people today at work? I hope you are something like a nurse, honestly. Because then stabbing them with needles and stuff is probably normal. And yes, with only a brief interlude, visiting some places to power ourselves up, I'm gonna go straight to the endgame now. Dancer looks to be really doing well now. Yes, Dancer is crazy good. Because, you know how we have been talking since a while that there is that equipment that replaces the tempting tango in your dance moves with another sword dance, so instead of a 1 in 4 chance to dance, we will have a 50-50 chance to dance now. Well, that is going to be what I will be picking up in just a moment here. So first of all, this is Mirage Village, a bit of a hidden place that you can figure out by reading the clues properly and going through other areas first, normally in the casual playthroughs, but if you know where it is, you might as well go here first. And first order of operation, as mentioned before, haste is an insane status effect in this game. And there is an item, an accessory, that is called the running shoes. Running shoes give you a permanent haste buff. They also prevent you from getting paralyzed, from getting stopped, from getting slowed, and from getting stunned. There was 4 status effects you avoid with that. Either way, a lot of immunity on top of having a permanent haste now, so we are going about 3 times as fast as the enemies. And here we have a thief's knife. We couldn't steal up until now because we are not a thief with the steal command. However, a thief's knife has a 50-50 chance to do an attack with the... I forget what it's called, move thing. It has a 50-50 chance to attack and try to steal at the same time. Let's put it that way. And I'm going to go to a side area here. Please, could you get out of the way, sir? I would appreciate that. There's a 50-50 chance to try and steal, which is then subsequently a 40% chance to successfully steal. And we are going to go to a place called the Phoenix Tower, where there is an item that we can steal from the purple lamias, and that item is called a rainbow suit. Rainbow suit is a dancer-only equipment, which I believe actually gives a protection against certain status effect? Let's see real quick. Rainbow suit. Rainbow suit actually prevents charm from hitting. So if I didn't have a ribbon, actually, ribbon doesn't protect from charm. So now even without a bone mail, to be more specific, even without a bone mail, I am not going to get confused anymore, which is amazing. So we have immunity to almost all status effects soon. TM. Still need to go ahead and grab that rainbow suit, but it's a common steal rather than a rare steal, so it will be relatively short. One of the downsides is that you cannot run away from encounters in the Phoenix Tower. So I will have to finish off the encounters, but that shouldn't be too bad either. Mug, there we go. Or capture, yes. Capture is the fan translation, Mug is the official translation name of the ability here. Oh, land crawl. Well, that's bad. +1 to the death count. But this is why I saved before going. That was quick. So that is +1 random death. So we have 3 random deaths. I just all categorized them on this one. So land crawls are actually really difficult to run away from. So what I want to do is I'm gonna equip the chicken knife for the express purpose of attacking and getting the 1 in 4 chance to run away. You came in just in time for doom! Good evening to you, Igara. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. So yeah, land crawl back attack, because I'm in the back row, I will end up being in the front row and I'm just straight up dead. That could happen. Alrighty. This one is the... Oops, I did not want to actually attack you. So by the way, you might be noticing that I go about 3-4 times before the enemies can go once. Why am I in the front row now? This is not good. Why am I in the front row? +1 random death. Ah. So those things hurt a lot. And it really doesn't help that the dancer has such a tiny physical defense. F. HP pool. +1 death. So, let's try this again. There we go. Sword dance take care of the Chamkubia. And the Belladonna here likes to use roulette, but we're actually immune to instant death thanks to the ribbon. Even if I don't have a... Wait, am I? Even without the 12 mail? I don't remember. Either way, we need to go ahead and use the Thief's Knife. In order to try and steal from you. So, we need to steal... By the way, the Thief's Knife is actually pretty strong overall. Oh, I'm not immune to instant death. Oh, she isn't immune to instant death. No! Come back! I'm not done here. That's awkward. Rainbow suit. Alrighty, we have everything we need. Unfortunately, we can't run well. But I'm gonna go and equip the chicken knife and just attack. I feel like just 2 regular attacks are going to work out better than me trying to do sword dances. Although those criticals really hurt. Also, they have more XP than I anticipated. Sword dance, you're dead. Goodbye. Okay, we have completed our set of equipment. Now with the rainbow suit, we have a bit more defense than the strength mail. And we get +2 sword dance up, meaning we will now have a 50-50 chance of using sword dance rather than a 1 in 4. Which, by the way, is so much nicer, because dance goes from a highly unreliable damaging attack to a significantly more reliable attack. Like, the difference is insane. It's so much nicer right now. Alrighty, and then we only really have to do 2 more things. One is stock up on high potions and invest the rest of the money we have into elixirs. And 2 is... What was 2? I wanted to say something with 2, but I forget. So we're never going to use the power ring anymore. It was nice for a while, but the power of haste boots is just way too strong. Don't have any use for power rods. Health capes, goodbye. I'm going to just keep them because they're cute. And... Shine thing, Morning Star, Flame Shield, Flame Sword, Dragon Fang. We have 99 Dragon Fangs. A lot of Dragon Fangs. Excalibur, which is 1 gold. Partisan, we can sell for a Halcon Dagger, we don't need anymore. Coral Ring, is half an elixir worth. Gold Pin, we don't need. Wall Ring, we probably don't have any. Actually, we do have still use for a Wall Ring. So one is essentially investing all our money into high potions. And elixirs. That's 12 elixirs we can just straight up buy, 50,000 gold each. And the other one is to go ahead and get float before we go into the final area. So there is actually kind of multiple side areas that we could still do with various tasks and such. But there's not much of a reason for the dancer to even go there, so I just don't. I also feel like the power of the dancer is just too great for any of the enemies to really withstand our strength here anyways, so I'm just not even going to really bother. So, you might recognize I'm back here. Once again, this is the same reason why I was here last time already, just before fighting Extef. This is in order for us to not get this encounter here. We need to get the other encounter. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Hang on. I need to unequip the rainbow suit here real quick. Because I actually want Tempting Tango, which is the stance that gets replaced with sword dance. In order for me to confuse those sting eagles. So, I want to confuse the sting eagles with Tempting Tango. Now hopefully it doesn't kill itself or hit itself out of confusion. And I need to give it an ether so it has a... Oh, sorry, that's the wrong guy. Could you give that back? So I need to give it an ether because it does not have enough MP to use float. So, now it has enough MP to use float. Please use float. Beak is a petrification instant kill, so... As long as you don't do that on yourself, that's kind of okay, I guess. So this guy is going to lose 1/16 of his health every time it ticks, because he's poisoned now. Please use... float. There we go, thank you very much, and I'm out of here. No, frogs are friends, not food. Come on. Oh my goodness. Leave the frogs. Icky. Yeah! Oh my god, Looney Cloud. Looney Cloud put in one just after I leave the frogs. By the way, we also got a guard ring. Guard ring is actually one of my favorite items in this game. Unfortunately, it's not nearly as good as the haste boots. So getting it this late, it only has a very, very, very niche use. Guard ring gives you a good chunk of physical defense, but most importantly, knife equipped, good. The guard ring gives you a good chunk of physical defense, but most importantly it gives you an innate regen status, meaning regeneration ticks for you for free from the get-go. I love regeneration in these games. So nice when you just have ticking health up. Oh, land crawl, kind of like the previous guy. Pretty difficult to run away from, so I just attack with the chicken knife, hoping for the 1 in 4 chance to proc the run away automatically. The secret food box? Well, it's a pond. It's a pond that nobody knows about. That is specifically built for frogs, and it's secret because people should not take frogs from there and put them anywhere else. Come on. Not a food box. So, by the way, I'm going to go ahead and defeat the next boss, which is Calotius Theory. Go to the next save point, and that is where we will be ending the stream for today. I unfortunately don't have quite enough time to go and fight the next boss. There's an elixir in the chest on the left, but I don't need it. I don't quite have enough time to fight the next boss, but we will pick that up on the next stream. There's no saving Yagamoth. Yeah, no, that's difficult. Impossible, even. That chest on the right there was another elixir if you want some. In this chest on the right here is a drain sword. The main downside of the drain sword is it only has a 25% accuracy, which unless you use it with aim or multi-attack, it's not a good weapon to use. The Final Fantasy VI Drain Sword is a lot better. Not as overpowered as the previous ones, but actually usable. There's a few chests along the way that I'm also not going to pick up. Only one of them is actually really noteworthy. Actually two. One of them contains a Lilith Rod, which is +5 magic power. But you don't really use or need magic power if you can just power up your elementals as a mage at this point. Because 50% more damage is way better than 5 magic power. Usually anyways. Unless you use Bahamut, which has no element. Which, why would you use Bahamut if you can use Sildra to more effect? This is the Lilith Rod right here. There's an Enhancer Sword just to the southwest of here, which is also really good. Also, no, it's fine. I was considering going ahead and using the Bone Mill against this boss here, because The only thing this boss here does is counterattack with terrain is the most dangerous thing it can do. And it will heal itself, which is a bit annoying, but because I'm going to be in the front row doing sword dances for max damage 50% of the time, because finally we have that rainbow suit, we won't have much trouble with you. And we also go about 3 times as quick as you do. So, essentially this is Call of Hysteria. She's usually more annoying rather than dangerous. She has a good chunk of physical and magical defense. She has a lot of status moves that reduce your power by quite an amount. And she counters any attack she takes, or can counter any attack she takes with Train, that drains HP from a random member of your party, and give it to herself. But the insane power of Chicken Knife Sword Dance is just too good. Preemptive attack. So those Akelon enemies, they like to petrify you as a counterattack, but they're also rather difficult to run away from. So I did actually sell my Coral Ring, but I will still want one in order to take on Twintania straight up, rather than trying to go for the cheese kill. I feel like that is going to be more consistent. But because there's another Coral Ring right there. So I said I would go and end it for today when I reach the next save point, but I didn't realize that I would reach the next save point this quickly. So, let me demonstrate to you guys that Omega is a boss you don't want to take on. So, Omega has an ability called Delta Attack, which will petrify you or deal a good chunk of damage. Delta Attack is actually a very low damage attack, but because this is Omega, he has an insane amount of attack power. He's level 117 if I'm not mistaken. He has automatic shell, he has everything you can imagine. And even if the chicken knife... Actually, I'm curious whether a chicken knife sword dance would deal any damage to him. I'm pretty sure a chicken knife sword dance does not actually deal any damage to this guy. I'm just curious about it right now. Please give me a chicken knife sword dance, please. There we go. Oh, we actually deal damage. Okay. That is surprising. But he counterattacks twice with something that can confuse you, on top of also just doing way more. So, yeah, this is a front row chicken knife sword dance, by the way. This guy has so much defense and also 95% magical evasion and 95% physical evasion. This guy is ridiculous to deal with. He's one of the 2 super bosses of the Super Nintendo version. So good luck. He has, I think, 56,000 HP. So I would need to hit a lot of sword dances, and every other turn he uses Surge Beam, which removes 50% of your maximum HP. So you have to be above your maximum HP every other turn, because you cannot defend against that. So here we have a panda. It doesn't look like much of a panda, but he counterattacks with terrain or armor. Armor will halve my physical damage that I deal, which is a bit unfortunate. Terrain unfortunately also drains quite a bit of HP. He has Wind Slash. He actually does a lot of damage overall. But just a few sword dances would do the trick if I have actually got them. So this is kind of the variance where I have a really high probability of getting sword dances at this point. But he does not like to give me those. We have plenty of elixirs to use, so might as well use some. So there's a sword dance. By the way, 8,000, and that is the damage halved because he has armor. So yeah, finally the dancer starts to shine in the very late game. Takes a long time to get here, but we absolutely demolish all enemies here. As long as we don't instantly die. Which is a bit of a problem, actually. So 0 deaths to a panda. And we just turn the book to ash. So, what I'm gonna do real quick is... Oops, not here. I'm gonna go back and save, because the next boss has a pretty high... No, let me correct that. The next boss can kill me. I don't think it is a particularly high probability, but it is absolutely possible for the next boss to outright kill me. I need to wait until Omega gets out of there though. As long as I'm not facing it, it's not going to initiate an encounter. Okay. Is the rainbow suit still on? Yes. The rainbow suit is still on. This is just variants. Sometimes you will have a few coin flips that are not in your favor. Sometimes you will have multiple sword dances in a row. That's normal. Alrighty, the next boss coming up is called Apocalypse. Apocalypse is a blue mage, and he has like 40 different moves or so. All of them are basically blue magic. And it ranges from stuff that doesn't really do a whole lot against me to pretty much instantly killing me. Also, once again, running away from enemies here is kind of difficult, but they also give you good experience if we just kill them instead. 50% chance the sword dance is just insanely good. So yeah, if you ever do a 4-drop fiesta where you know you're going to get a Ganser, and you have a thief in your party, make sure to steal Lamia's tiara, because then you can have that awesome, really consistent and high damage sword dances from the first world. Tons of damage now, yep, the chicken knife plus the haste boots plus the... Chicken knife, haste boots plus... rainbow suit. It's so much power for the dancer. By the way, we are in the back row for 8000 damage sword dances. There is a man-eater on the tower on the left. You need to actually go up and around in order to get that. Man-eater also gives you sword dance up. It also always correctly hits against humanoids, which the first form of the final boss is considered humanoid. But since I'm doing max damage sword dances anyways, there's not much of a reason for me to get it, plus even then the chicken knife is stronger despite the critical hit. Alrighty, so this is Apocalypse. He basically has various moves that can pretty much instantly kill me. So we just hope that doesn't happen here. Also need to be in the front row. Dark Shock halves my levels, thankfully that didn't happen. Roulette can instantly kill me, but I'm immune against instant death thanks to the ribbon. It's a 50-50 who he targets, whether it's him or me. He has 27,000 HP. And, well, we have about 30,000 damage with 3 sword dances. So the next boss is the reason why I went to get float. In hindsight, I don't think I actually needed it. Because we just kill stuff so quickly, and the next boss has like 16,000 HP. Something along those lines. So I'm floating, and whenever one of your party members is floating, he will use gravity 100 in order to remove the float status. So the normal strategy against this guy here is to have somebody floating with a wall ring equipped, because gravity 100 gets reflected and he will literally not ever do anything aside from just gravity 100, which doesn't deal any damage and you can just easily kill him. If nobody in your party is floating, he will use Quake, dealing about, I think it was about 1200 damage per Quake. So that's quite a bit of damage. Hide your snacks. Oh yeah. When the secret reaches 100%, I recommend that anything you have that is bite-sized for a rabbit, so I guess anything that is smaller than a football, you hide that because rabbits like to rump everything that is just bite-sized. Rump, 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 rump. So I'm actually going to go into the back row, because there's a good chance I'm going to get sent to the front row on the next fight here. Since this one here likes to turn you into a frog in the first turn. I'm pretty sure I'm immune against getting frogged because of the ribbon. So I will use that to my advantage and just attack you. Uh-oh. Please hide anything that smells or looks or has any remote resemblance of food, because the rump parade has arrived. Rump, 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 rump. Kurururu is what turns you into a frog, by the way. So, Halicarnaso has like 6 different moves. Dynamo puts you from the back row in the front row and vice versa. Now we will deal max damage sword dances, if they ever come. And after, I think, the 5th move, Halicarnaso will always use Holy, which deals... It would instantly kill me, easily. Like 5000 damage. Reflected, it deals max damage to Halicarnaso. But the idea is that Halicarnaso doesn't get to do that, because I'm just gonna kill you before that happens. And that's that. So as you might be able to tell, with actually getting the equipment the dancer needs, it can be quite a destructive force. And a really strong, if a bit of an odd, damage dealer. So, next up is the only time when I'm not going to have my haste boots equipped anymore by equipping the coral ring right here. Because upcoming is Twin Tanya. Whenever you attack or deal any damage to Twin Tanya has a chance to just counter with Tidal Wave, dealing a good chunk of damage to you. Coral Ring will make sure that I'm going to absorb that instead. Twin Tanya also has like 42,000 HP if I'm not mistaken. Oh, right. Brain Blast does inflict paralyzation. Unfortunately. Oh, I'm not gonna survive this because he's going to use... So Twin Tanya, after a certain amount of turns, will start charging up for a Giga Flare, which will kill me if I'm not at maximum HP. There we go, thank you for the tidal wave. Actually, it is likely going to kill me even if I'm at maximum HP. So Twin Tanya just changed form. Is there anything I can do? So Twin Tanya is actually susceptible to all forms of status effects. If I... just attack normally. Silence? I don't know whether this helps, but this is an idea, I guess. Alright, you cannot silence Giga Flare, which unfortunately kills me. Alright. So that didn't work out. +1 def. So, what do I do there? Yeah, I didn't grab the Assassin's Dagger, which... Assassin's Dagger has a high chance of just insta-killing... Actually, the same chance as silencing with the Mage Mash. I could have just instantly killed Twin Tanya. I think this time I'm actually going to go ahead and just keep the haste boots and see whether I can survive Twin Tanya's attack that way instead. Or more specifically, just kill Twin Tanya before that happens. So yeah, Twin Tanya is pretty strong. easily cheesable usually, but not in this case because I don't have access to any real status effects. Alright, Alicarnasso, you're going down again. Ventania, by the way, is weak to Holy Element, but we don't have any access to any Holy Element daggers or anything like that. 3 sword dances, and Halicarnasso is dead again. So, essentially, if I go into the fight with Twintania with the haste boots, I just hope that Twintania doesn't use Tidal Wave. We will survive a Tidal Wave, but I will have to likely heal up. Then again, thinking about it, it's probably not too bad if I just need to heal, because haste gives me like 3 times as many turns in order to kill this thing. Alright, let's go. That's not what we're looking for at all. And he immediately counters with Tidal Wave. 1000 damage right there. That's not what we're looking for at all. Thankfully it didn't counter this time. Snowstorm does hurt quite a bit though. Number 3, Mystery Waltz. Number 4, Jitterbug Duet. Tidal Wave. Now I need to use an elixir to heal. I'm actually going to not be able to. 2 deaths to Twintania. Because that was super unlucky. To be fair, I should have in theory healed before. But oh well. That happens. Essentially, the same chance for not getting Sword Dance could also happen that we get the same chance for actually getting Sword Dance. It's just random. Would a Holy Dagger be the Excalibur Butter Knife? Sure. Why not? Poor Halicarnasso ends up dying many times because of that. By the way, I'm actually 2 deaths off where I should be. Did I die to anything else? Wait, did I have a death to Marigine? I don't think I did. Why do I have a death marked for Marigine? Yes, I did count Omega. And actually, Omega is a separate field, so I didn't have to put it to thing. Strange. At this rate, I'm going to get hit and killed by Holy. There we go. Thank you for the sword dance. Where did I go wrong? I was synchronized after X death. I think anyways. Maybe I'm not paying attention. Not many solo shops can handle Omega other than Chemist. It's true. I think a blue mage might be able to. A lot of patience. Actually, you would need to get really lucky too. Alright, let's do this. He's going to use Mind Blast next turn. Or I guess another Snowstorm. I had to heal regardless. Because he could have just countered with Tidal Wave right there. Mind Blast does not paralyze me because I have the running shoes. Man-Eater has 81 attack power. Yeah, that sounds about right. Man-Eater is kind of strong. It just doesn't quite reach the power of the chicken knife powered up. And I think one more sword dance will do the trick here. Boom, there we go. And yes, Sex Ghost, that sounds about right. Alright, so. Bonk, 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 bonk. What I'm gonna do is I will visit Gilgamesh real quick and then we go back to save and that will be it for today. So we go in the back row, heal up to full. Because unfortunately I don't have quite enough time to go all the way today, but I will make sure to do that tomorrow. Which by the way, tomorrow is Saturday for me. Speaking of tomorrow, Saturday, next week, 6 AM for me, I will be starting the Yaga Monthly. So it's actually a day earlier than usual in a certain sense. It will for you guys be on Friday for the most part, or at least starting on Friday. So that it actually works out better time-wise for us around here. I'm just going to stay in the back row. All Gilgamesh does here is he attacks physically. And he does decent damage, but nothing to be too worried about usually. If you try to steal from him, you can actually get a Genji shield, which is a pretty good shield that has a 50% physical evasion. That's really nice. But I would actually prefer to not worry about that, so just kind of wanted to demonstrate it. But let's just dance it danced. So, after you deal, I think 7,000 damage to Gilgamesh here, he will go into his... Oh! Is that you? And essentially, you only meet Gilgamesh here if you have encountered him in Exodus Castle before. There's not really a reason for me to do that as a dancer, aside from I just like Gilgamesh. $6,000 to humanoids, right. It depends on your definition of a Zoro character challenge. If you give the 3 dead characters wall rings and then zombie them, you can hide from Omega with a bard until he casts Seeker, then hit him with a damaging attack immediately after to make him hit himself really hard. I'm reasonably certain you can't really... damage Omega with a bard. Plus the wall rings are going to heal up Omega through reflecting atomic ray. Oh, there's technically, actually, there is technically one character that can solo all the bosses without any trouble whatsoever. And that is the Time Mage. It's a buggy and unintended way, but he can do it. He can do it. And I will do it, by the way, in order to just demonstrate it. Will take a while. But if we get a Time Mage, I'm gonna do that. Which also means, for Time Mage specifically, even if I finally manage to play in console again, I'm going to go ahead and play an emulator just so I can show you the RAM addresses with the health going down slowly for those fights. The Deathclaw is never going to paralyze me. But well, that's just unlucky. Holy cow. I'm still missing 4 random deaths somewhere. I have no idea where they are supposed to be. Oh well, let's just say random. Did I count outside the one outside of Phoenix Tower? Oh right, those are the ones, Stinger. Those are the ones I'm missing. Yes, that's true. Alrighty, next time we are going to go ahead and defeat Twin Tanya and Halicarnasso again, because I didn't save between that. I just wanted to casually walk back, and this is kind of a really unlikely case of events, because chance for Deathclaw to hit us is kind of really low. Chance for them to use Deathclaw is, I think, a 1 in 3. And then the other guy to immediately hit me right after, for the chicken knife to not proc to run away, and us not being able to actually run away normally. I dare to say that's among the probability what we needed in order to defeat X-Death just now. So, whatever. Alrighty. We're going to be picking up this tomorrow and finish up this Solo Cactus solo challenge run. And as soon as we have reached the end for tomorrow for the dancer, make sure to bring your votes in, because that's when the votes will end. Even though I'm going to take a bit of a trip back to Evoland 2 before we finish up or start the next solo character challenge run. It will just end there with the voting. So yeah, thank you very much for watching, for listening and for lurking. I hope you had a good time. Thank you for being around, for being awesome one way or another, and well, hopefully until next time. Take care everybody, and thank you very much. So the enemies just took down their X-Death boss. Yep. Sounds about right.